Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the council meeting on December 16th, 2024, the final council meeting of 2024. Individuals interested in participating in this meeting were eligible to register online using the delegation registration form at www.kitchener.ca/delegation or via email at delegation@kitchener.ca. Any written comments received prior to the commencement of this evening's meeting have been circulated to council prior to the meeting and will form part of the public record. The meeting live stream and archive videos are available at www.kitchener.ca/watchnow. Before we begin this evening's meeting, I'd like to begin by acknowledging that this evening we're gathering on the traditional territory of the Neutral, Anishinaabe, and Haudenosaunee peoples. We recognize our responsibility to serve as stewards for the land and honor the original caretakers who came before us. Our community is enriched by the enduring knowledge and deep-rooted traditions of the diverse First Nations, Métis, and Inuit in Kitchener today. I'd now like to invite everyone to stand for the singing of our national anthem, O Canada, as you're able. Thank you. Thank you very much. On motion by Councillor Dave Schneider, the minutes of the regular meeting held November 18th, 2024, and the special meetings held November 18th, December 2nd, and December 12th, 2024, as mailed to the mayor and councillors, be approved. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest? Councillor Singh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item number 7.2A, arising from the Planning and Strategic Initiatives Committee for the Inclusionary Zoning, as I have property in the defined area.
Okay, thank you. That's been noted. Councillor Michaud.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item number 7.1.C, item DSD 2024374, arising from the Strategic Initiatives Committee, the Bean Drive Extension to Sanitary Trunk Sewer Environmental Assessment. I have a relative living in close proximity to that.
Thank you. We'll deal with those two items separately for each of you when it comes to a vote. There are no communications referred to file and no presentations, so we'll move straight into delegations. A note for the delegations who registered for the meeting this date, either in person or virtually. To all delegations, the City values and encourages participation and dialogue in a democratic process that occurs in Council and committee meetings and through written submissions and correspondence. It's important that these interactions remain respectful towards other members of the public, staff, and members of Council. In cases where dialogue is not respectful or a delegate interrupts the mayor, councillors, staff, or other delegations, makes derogatory statements about the mayor, councillors, staff, or others that are disrespectful, or uses hate speech or language that is considered harmful or defamatory, the chair may interject and take necessary actions to maintain a respectful and inclusive environment for everyone, which could involve removal from the meeting. One last reminder, delegations are permitted to address council for a maximum of 5 minutes, which will be displayed on the screens in front of you. When there's 30 seconds remaining in your time, you will hear a small audio tone that will signal 30 seconds remaining. Please take that time to conclude your presentation, as there'll be a second tone at the completion of your time, and the microphones will turn off shortly after the exceeded 5-minute mark. Lastly, please do not take offense if members of council following your presentation don't have any questions. This is council's time to really listen and reflect upon the opinions and ideas shared with us from our community members. We'll now go into the delegations for item 6.1, inclusionary zoning. We have a number of written submissions, including from Laura New, Sue Saver, Melissa Bowman, Gail Poole, JD Developments, Hal Yeager, Leslie McCready, Marilyn Hay, and the Waterloo Home Builders Association. And then we have 10 delegations this evening. The first delegation is Ms. Melissa Hughes. Welcome, Melissa.
Evening. All right. Good evening, council members. My name is Melissa Hughes. I've been a Waterloo Region resident since September of 2002 when I lived with my parents, and a renter since early 2007. Most of this 20-plus years I have resided in Kitchener, and mine is only 3 years of home ownership I have rented. I know many people understand we are in a housing crisis and an affordability crisis, but I believe the majority of people do not truly know how much rent has increased over the last 17 years in KW because they are not presented with numbers. I recognize that the following rents I will list are anecdotal to me, but that said, I lived a very middle-class life until 2022, and there were always options around the following price points. In 2007, my ex-husband and I rented the main floor of a bungalow that boasted 3 bedrooms, 1 washroom, a deck, a garage, in-suite laundry, and backed onto green space near Victoria and Fisher-Hallman Road for $1,000 a month. From 2008 to 2010, we rented the main and upper floor of a house in Uptown Waterloo that had 2 bedrooms, 1.5 bathrooms, a garage, and in-suite laundry for $1,200 a month. When we found out I was pregnant, we decided to move and rented a semi-detached house with 3 bedrooms, 2.5 bathrooms, a walkout basement, garage, in-suite laundry, and the entire yard for our enjoyment for $1,350 a month. During the years of 2010 to the end of 2014 near Ira Needles and University. In September of 2018, we rented a premium unit in Arrow Lofts that was 2 bedrooms plus a den, 2 full washrooms, in-suite laundry, parking, a private balcony, and over 1,000 square feet for $2,375 a month. In April of 2022, I separated from my husband, and I was lucky to find a 1-bedroom plus a den basement apartment of an older building near Margaret and Victoria Road for $1,650 a month. This unit does not include in-suite laundry, nor does it include parking, and it has no private balconies. The den that I use to store my 6-foot-tall 13-year-old literally is not wide enough to put in a double bed, as I can reach each wall with my arms stretched out. On a personal note, it also doesn't have a bathtub that I desperately miss having. I intentionally moved into a building that still had rent control, but as the building is owned by a corporation, they have not failed in raising my rent every 12 months. I currently pay $1,733.53 a month, which is almost 50% of my income. I'm sure my 90-day notice will come in February, informing me my rent will now be $1,776.87. I have friends who were lucky enough and privileged enough to buy homes approximately 5 years ago. Their mortgages are either lower or negligibly higher than my current rent. I know that this Inclusionary Zoning Act is not the only means in which we need our government to act, but it is a start. Capitalism besieges developers to build units that help store their investors' money, not to feasibly store humans. And this is why we see a plethora of units that are studio 1-bedroom or 1-bedroom plus a den being built versus 2-bedroom units. For reference, the cheapest unit currently for rent that I checked today in Station Park on MLS is smaller than my unit and costs more. Are these the types of units that people need or investors want? Where am I supposed to store my 1 child in the disproportionate amount of this type of available unit? What are families with more than one child supposed to do? What about young professionals who need a roommate? I need you to care about me. I need you to care about people, because we are drowning out here. And we are all closer to losing a job, getting a cancer prognosis, or being in a debilitating car accident and losing the ability to work and needing to live in an encampment than we will ever be to the 1%. So please do not delay this act 1 year.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any questions? There don't appear to be any questions. Thank you for coming in, Ms. Hughes. Our next delegation is Melissa Durrell, representing Build Urban. Welcome, Ms. Durrell.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you tonight. I'm here on behalf of Build Urban to share our perspective on the implementation of inclusionary zoning in Kitchener. First, I want to acknowledge the urgency and passion behind the decision to move forward with inclusionary zoning in 2025 rather than delaying it until 2026, as staff recommended. We understand the challenges you're grappling with. Homelessness is visible and pervasive. The need for affordable housing is undeniable. The arguments presented last week that developers have benefited from subsidies and that there's a shift in needing how we approach these profit margins are important points in this complex conversation. However, I'd like to provide some critical context on the state of the housing market and the economy right now. While the target of 2% of units for inclusionary zoning may seem modest, 2% of zero is still zero. And the reality is that these are extraordinarily challenging times for the housing market. Developers are facing unprecedented pressures, including soaring construction costs that have skyrocketed over the past few years, fluctuating and stricter lending criteria that make financing even the most viable projects increasingly difficult, and a depleted investor market that is hesitant to fund housing projects in the current economic climate. Mike Pupula will also have some more data on that. He's following me in a couple more delegations. But in short, the economics of building housing have become nearly insurmountable in many cases. And these issues don't just impact profit margins, they determine whether a project can move forward. Our community's goal is aligned with yours. We want to create vibrant, inclusive cities where housing is affordable and attainable for all. The development community is eager to partner with the City of Kitchener to achieve this goal. But right now, we need solutions that account for the fragility of the housing market and provide the necessary stability for projects to proceed. Instead of implementing inclusionary zoning in 2025, we urge Council to consider waiting for a market rebound. When the economy stabilizes and construction becomes more viable, we'll be better positioned to deliver the affordable housing outcomes that we all want to see. The development community is ready to work with you. We are open to exploring innovative partnerships and initiatives to address affordability, but these efforts must reflect current economic realities. A delay would allow us to build a stronger foundation for these solutions and ensure that inclusionary zoning achieves its intended outcome. Thank you for your consideration in this perspective, and I look forward to continued collaboration to address the housing challenges facing our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Durrell. There are some questions. Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can. We lost you, Councillor Chapman.
Okay,
Go ahead.
can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Sorry. So my question to you is, you talk about the current economic situation. Describe it.
Well, thank you, Councillor Chapman. We have, I can describe it to you. I've talked about the soaring construction costs, the stricter lending criteria, and the depleted investor market. Through you, Chair, through you, Mayor Verbanovic. We can bring more data forward if you'd like to see it, but there's also a lot of data in the staff report that was sent to you.
Okay, according to the Canadian Construction Association August 2024 report, like just a couple months ago, they say that the building construction price index has decelerated for five consecutive quarters, indicating moderate construction costs. So we're already in an improved situation. These aren't my words. These come right out of the report. So maybe you can speak to that.
I personally can't speak to that. Maybe there's someone else, another delegate that can speak to the construction costs per se. What I do know is that they are very expensive right now, and we haven't seen them come down at a local level.
Right. My other question has to do with interest rates. I mean, that's always been one of the big reasons for not building, and yet we're seeing a gradual, reduction in interest rates. So maybe you could speak to that.
Yeah, it's a two-sided market, and what we're not seeing is the interest rates might be coming down in very small increments. I think we can all agree to that. It has not affected, as you can see, Councillor Chapman. We're not seeing the housing starts, and so there's reasons for that. Those are the reasons that I've provided to you today.
Yeah, I think the reasons are not, the standard arguments that we often hear. But thank you for your comments.
You're welcome.
Councillor Deneau.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Earl, for coming in tonight. I just have a quick question. Do you know within your group, are any of the developers not going to start building next year, 2025? Like, are they holding off on development?
Thank you, through you, Chair, through you, Mayor Urbanovic. That's a really difficult question. I think every developer that is part of Build Urban, I can say, wants to build. There's reasons why they're not building. I will add, Mike Pupelos here from the Home Builders Association. He has some more data around that, so hopefully he can share that with you when he speaks. I think a lot of the builders are building urban here, so we're talking about condo developments, which the numbers are not working in the condo space right now.
Okay, thank you.
So they can't build.
Okay, thank you.
Those are all the questions we have. Thanks, Ms. Durrell.
Thank you.
Okay, next up we have Stephen Litt representing Vibe Developments. Welcome, Mr. Litt.
Thanks for having me as usual. I'm here more for an interactive discussion. Just following up to Melissa's points, I can answer some of those comments. So specifically on our projects, I stood here last fall and said we were going to build 1,000 units this year. We were in the ground for 264 of those. Yes, interest rates have come down. CMHC's lending criteria continues to change on a weekly basis. Due to volatility in immigration, what's happening south of the border, et cetera. So I can get into that in more detail if there's more specific questions. Construction costs, so we have seen softening to the tune of 2 to 4% on things such as concrete forming, drywall, windows. Mechanical is up 18%, electrical's up 12%. Again, why we don't really know. Again, there's just so much influx in the world right now with interest rates, immigration, political instability across the world. So it's a tough time for rental housing developers, which is what we build. My colleagues in the condo space, condominium high-rise product is selling for half of what it needs to in order for a new project to break ground. So the market needs to recover. And there needs to be significant confidence before those folks are going to get back into the market, and investors will as well. So I'll leave it there and answer some questions, hopefully.
Okay, thank you very much. We do have some questions for you. Councillor Schneider.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for coming in, Mr. Litt. When it comes to financing a project, for example,
Yeah.
I know you're going to be building on Charles Street. Now, to get that funding, you're not digging into your own profits. Like you need to borrow that money from an institution. So what kind of returns are they looking for you, and how do you cost that into a project?
Yeah, not a simple question, not a simple answer.
Yeah.
Nice sweater, by the way.
Thank you.
Love the Christmas
Keep
theme.
up to you.
So that project, I'll cover some of the details. So we received an insurance certificate from CMHC. They underwrote it. 8 weeks ago, and then since then, on a sort of like a 2-week basis, sort of things have changed. They're asking for more of this, less of that. They want us to add bonding. There's just so much complexity being added at the final draw of these projects. So I would tell you this, with rents today, and rents have sort of stabilized or dropped a little bit in the last little bit. If we model rents today and costs today, so rents are down, costs are down a bit. Land, we've owned that land for 5 or 6 years, so our land cost is good. That building, our cost, is what the building is worth when it's done. So there's a financial return that's modest to get investors somewhat excited over a 10-year period. So you have to build that, go through all that risk, the challenging process, 3 construction seasons, all the lease up, and then you're stuck with something that the building is worth is what it costs. So those are the sort of economics of a large-scale, energy-efficient, mid-market rental housing project today.
Okay, and for example, the development on Borden Avenue,
Yep.
how long would it take for you to recover the costs on that and pay everything back?
Yes. So if you generally the amortization on our loans is, it used to be 35 years, now it's 50 years. And the reason that the Bank of Canada and all of our sort of CMHC, et cetera, does that is that the cost base, like there's very little profit in these projects. In order to get them to break even, you need to extend amortization over a longer base. So it takes your payback period down, and yeah, so call it 50 years. Every project we do now is 50 years.
Okay, and just another question, with some of the projects you've already started, have you included affordable units in those?
Yes, so generally speaking, we do 20 on our ACLP or RCFI projects, 20% of our mid-market rent. I used to use the word attainable, now it's almost a 4-letter word. So mid-market rent being rough number today, like $1,700 for a 1-bedroom versus an unbelievable yes to $2,100, $2,200.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Okay, next up I have Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, thank you. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Yeah, okay, good. Yeah, so thanks for coming in. Can you remind us of all the subsidized programs that are out there for purpose-built rental units, including those that would be attached to the IZ if we pass it tonight?
Yeah, so I think IZ came with Growing Together, which increased height and density.
Okay, so intensification,
which is good. Yes, building more doesn't always necessarily make it more lucrative. I'll comment, but sure. Other incentives that the city has for affordable housing?
Well, the city, the provincial, and the federal government.
Yeah. So last fall, purpose-built rental got an HST exemption, which effectively wiped out the cost of increase in interest rates. Now those rates have come down. But most apartment projects borrow off of the bond market, not traditional prime, which is, so the bond rates have come down a bit, not considerably. One program I would suggest the City Kitchener looks at next year is a purpose-built rental-specific tax class that was announced in Budget 2024 by the province. So.
Okay, so if I'm not mistaken, aside from the upzoning, we've also reduced parking to 0 in all the MTSA areas.
Yes.
Areas that where inclusionary zoning would apply, correct? We've also exempt DC charges for any IZ units that are built in the major transit station areas. We've also waived and exempted any of those units of parkland dedication fees. You mentioned the HST. I think did you mention the province that they also introduced a discount for purpose?
Councillor Chapman,
units, purpose,
do you have a breakdown of what these numbers add up to? Because I have a number of what a rental housing unit costs to build, and I can show you that as a percentage, it's not nearly enough, unfortunately, in today's market. I'm all for this policy happening. I just think now is a time that is not appropriate, just given the challenges we're faced with.
So from the staff report, or from the conversation we had at the PSIC meeting, it was highlighted that what we're talking about here are 10 units in the course of a year.
For sure.
Right?
Yeah.
So we would lose 10 units, and they wouldn't be lit units necessarily. Maybe one of those would be yours. That would be spread out across the industry. So, so you're telling me with the subsidies you get and the breaks that you get from the province and the feds and from the ability to borrow money from the loan program that the federal government has out there and the waiving of these charges, that you would still not be willing to help out with maybe one unit over the next year that would help people like our earlier delegate, maybe be able to afford to live.
Yeah, so our projects have 20% at median household income. That's what we can provide as a private developer. These programs are it's just another brake pedal on housing supply right now. It's simply supply and demand. We don't have supply because there's questions about demand related to immigration. Can people afford the rents? And there's just no investor money interested in investing in big-scale rental projects. So, Debbie, Councillor Chapman, I agree that all of these things are great. We just need more from various levels of government to make a go of it.
Thank you.
No problem.
Councillor Deneau.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Stephen, for coming in. Sorry, it's been a long day. So I'll ask you the same question I asked the delegate prior to you. So are the intention of developers not to build in 2025?
No, so we're sort of all cut from a DNA that just needs to build stuff. And so I assure you, if there was a feasible way to build anything, that we're the sort of group that would build. Yep.
So there's not going to be a complete halt to any buildings in 2025?
So I would say with fairly certainty, you're not going to see a single high-rise condo project go on the ground. I think you'll see some wood frame, low-rise stuff go. Okay. But this is specifically MTSA. We're talking about around major transit stations. So all of that is generally high-rise, mid-rise. So, and you're going to see the odd rental project go next year for those that have the financial and the sort of the gut to take the risk. Yep.
Okay. So and I asked this question last year to another delegation. So if we include IZ, who pays the difference? So that one apartment in your high-rise is subject to inclusionary zoning. Mm-hmm. Who makes up the difference of that one unit?
So in a purpose rental housing project, so we would be forced but we would get incentives to do that. That unit would be built at an extreme loss. So rough numbers, let's say the cost is about $450,000 to build a rental housing unit. That affordable housing unit's only worth $300,000, so there's effectively $150K difference. The whole project needs to absorb that, right? Whether it's a condo or a rental project, right? So, and we're faced with effectively zero margin today in rental, and high-rise condo projects aren't going because resale condos are $600 a square foot, and you need 1,000 plus to make them go. So, like I said, it's just another brake pedal.
So does the money come into your pocket, or does it get distributed evenly amongst the other units in the building?
So in a rental housing project, right, we would own the building. It's sort of a collective, right? I think in a condominium situation, there could be a way that I'm not sure if a condo corporation could subsidize in some way, shape, or form. I don't know the specifics of that, but long story short, it's just making projects infeasible. Yeah.
Okay. And what are the better rates of return, condos or rentals for developers?
So rentals are roughly zero, condos would be negative 25% right now. Generally speaking, the investment horizon is this. So if you build a condominium project, you build it, you pre-sold, your profit sort of happens the day of registration, right? Occupancy. So it's a much shorter time. In rental, we're building at a slightly more economically. We're more concerned about long-term capital costs, energy, et cetera. But the horizon's much longer in a rental housing project. You're putting way more cash into the project over a longer period of time. So.
Okay. And I guess my last question is, and you may not know the answer, and that's fine. You mentioned the median in some of your units, the rent is $1,700. Do you know how much of the working class can afford that on a monthly basis? And I'll let you answer the question, because I'll tell you right now, that would be one whole paycheck plus not a half more, but a decent amount more into my next paycheck. And so I guess my question is, as a person who has a full-time job, luckily I have other means, I'm just curious if you know what the percentage of our working population in KW can afford that.
I do not know that number.
And that's fair enough. Yeah.
It's so the number. I mean, the number comes from census data. That those rents are not intended to be deeply affordable, right? They're intended for folks I forget the number, right? 74,000 a year or something, right? Perhaps staff can pull that number up.
Not healthcare workers, I'll tell you that much. Yeah.
I agree.
Thank you, Mr. Litt. I appreciate it. Thank you.
No worries.
Thank you very much, Mr. Litt. Those are all the questions council has for you.
Thank you.
Our next delegation is Chanel Cressman. Welcome, Ms. Cressman.
Thank you. Respected Mayor and Councillors, my name is Chanel Cressman, and I'm a resident of Cedar Hills neighborhood, which is Ward 9. I'm a business owner in the downtown core, as well as the co-chair of our neighborhood association. I'm here with Peggy Nichols from Victoria Park, as we're both members of the Kitchener Citizens for Livable Development. Following the December 2nd meeting, we met to review and respond to some of your questions. We listened, and we hope this helps your decision to implement IZ in 2025. Number one, I think council has done its part. We've done more than other places. We're already punching above our weight. It's absolutely true that city and region have been working hard. We appreciate you and your leadership that you've shown. A recent report to Waterloo Regional Councillors noted that municipalities across the province have stepped up in a historic but financially unsustainable manner to prevent and eliminate chronic homelessness. We appreciate the new rental replacement bylaw, the donations of land for affordable housing, and the other ways you have been addressing housing issues. We hope you will soon implement a new rent-eviction bylaw. 2, you are asking us to change the system by which buildings happened. If housing system is broken, it's beyond the council's ability to fix. No, we are not asking you to fix it. This is something on which all levels of government, industry, nonprofits, and the public need to work together. We're asking you to do what's in your power, which is implement IZ. Kitchener's current plan is to do less than the province allows. Let's not do nothing. We need courageous leadership from our municipal governments, setting an example for the province and the feds, and advocating with those levels of government to do their part. 3, why wait 12 months? If not now, when? Several councillors remarked that market conditions could be worse in the future and commented, if not now, when? And that's our question too. There's a lot of uncertainty in the market, especially with the recent election of President-elect Trump. Those conditions aren't likely to get easier in the future, which makes us think that IZ could be delayed and not just by 1 year. Although the numbers of units proposed are small to start, the point is to get our toe in the water, learn from this small step, and move forward in the future. As one councillor asserted in the PSIC meeting, people are suffering now and they cannot wait another year. 4, who will pay for subsidized housing? Show me the math. Great question. Developers say the provision of affordable or even attainable housing is not their responsibility. The NBLC consultants argue that many developers are concerned they're unable to adjust margins on mid to high rise density condo projects due to increased costs as the market has tapered off. Our colleague Hallie Geiger spent last week doing the math, and you were all sent copies of his calculations. They show the benefits and subsidies developers receive for producing IZ units far outweigh the cost of producing them. Furthermore, we recently assessed information from Waterloo Association of Home Realtors that puts into question the NBLC's assertion that there are 31-month supply of condos. Their reports indicate that there's only 6 months of supply. Are the market conditions really what the NBLC is claiming? In conclusion, we'd like to leave you with these final thoughts. First, developers and investors benefit from building in our communities. They say that they just respond to the market, but it's increasingly a market that they and investors drive. They have a moral and economic obligation not just to profit, but to contribute to the well-being of communities in which they do business. Second, inclusionary zoning is not going to be an onerous cost to developers. The information provided by HAL and the Waterloo Association of Home Realtors throws into question their assertion that this is the case. And finally, as you know, in Section 2J of the Planning Act states that the Council of a municipality shall have regard to the adequate provision of a full range of housing, including affordable housing. We make our communities available as a place for capital to operate so that we can plan to meet the needs of people. As citizens, we entrust the task of planning and decision-making to staff and council. We are counting on you to vote against deferring inclusionary zoning, as it is the signal developers need from you to remember that they are building for people and not just profit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Cressman and Ms. Nichols. We do have a question for you. Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for coming in. For those of who are here in the audience or council members who didn't actually look at HAL's summary of costs, could you give us some numbers?
I'm going to defer to Peggy, who's better at the numbers.
Well, I brought the numbers. So I can't speak for Hal, and he is happy to have people check these calculations. But Mr. Litt said he didn't have some of those numbers at his fingertips. So Hal did do a deep dive into this. And for a 1,000-unit purpose-built rental housing, the development charge exemption on an inclusionary zoning unit would be $28,443. Park dedication fees exemption on an inclusionary zoning unit would be $2,020. There's a 20% discount on development charges on purpose-built rental housing of $5,689 per unit. So that would total $5,574,828. The HST rebate on purpose-built rental housing, value based on construction cost, in total would be $52,049,400. We couldn't figure out what the preferential Canada Mortgage and Housing funding and financing rate would be, so that's not included. And then savings from eliminating minimum parking regulations, not including GST or HST, would be $37,500,000, and the total savings to developers would be $95,733,488. And the cost over the 25-year lifetime of a unit, an IZ unit, would be $2,181,000, and those are 2022 rates. And then it's similar, some of the numbers are similar for a 50-unit purpose-built rental housing building, and the numbers that change are the ones that are per unit cost over the entire building. So you have those numbers, I believe. Mr. Yeager sent you those.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, next up I have Councillor Schneider.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for coming in again. You heard some of the delegations say that the financial challenges, and it's difficult to build. So if we would say it's got to start January 1st, 2025, but nothing gets built, what's the benefit?
So the number of units that we understand, the total number of units that would be built across the city in that 1 year would be 10 units. So the cost on the developments to the individual developments, it's hard to imagine that it wouldn't be possible to build 10 units across all of the developments that are being built in the city in that year.
But this is just the MTSA, and you've heard some of the challenges, and even one of the delegations saying they won't be building in 2025. So if we approve it and nothing gets built, like as he said.
So my recommendation, and I think it was Mr. Yeager's recommendation as well, is that you, if you decide that you can't decide on this tonight, if you feel that the numbers that you have before you just don't make it possible, then get staff to do an additional look at the numbers in order to make sure that you're making the right decision. Because if I understood Melissa Durrell's presentation correctly, she wasn't asking for a 1 year delay. She was asking for a delay until market conditions are appropriate. And so I guess what you're looking at is never implementing inclusionary zoning if the market conditions are never right.
No, we're trust me, we're not saying never. This is about a delay, 2026, to work with the industry and come up with some great viable numbers. So anyway, thank you again for coming in. Thank you for all that information. It's very helpful.
Thank you to both of you. Those are all the questions Council has for you. Our next delegation is Shafaza Esmail, who's joining us virtually, I believe. Welcome, Shafaza.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, excellent. Thank you all for allowing me to speak today. I have lived in Waterloo Region since 2015 and in Kitchener since 2021. I came here for doing a doctoral studies at the University of Waterloo. And when I moved to this region, my main form of housing had been sharing accommodations, sharing an apartment with 3 people first, then a house with 3 other people. Before moving to Waterloo Region, I lived in Montreal and Kingston, and I was able to rent a studio apartment for the same price as what I was able to rent a room in a house here. I was lucky enough to have been able to buy a townhouse with my sister. She hustled a lot. I was still studying, but because the Waterloo Region market was doing pretty well, we were able to get an investment property with 5 rental homes. We did our best to keep rents affordable for students and young professionals looking for accommodation. However, in the past couple of years, we noticed that many of the people who came to us looking for accommodations were asking to share even a room in the townhouse. Even though we tried to keep our rents just below market rate, it was not enough. They had the increase in rents had outpaced their capacity to actually be able to afford many of the accommodations that are out there. Many of the renters that live in situations that I did, for example, do not complete censuses because censuses are sent to a household. And if there's a household with multiple unrelated people, either you'll receive a complete census from one of those people, or you will not receive a census at all. So I'm not sure how renters who are living in these kind of situations are being captured in census at all, and how the decisions are being made with respect to people who are on the verge of not being able to afford a home. Single-family homes are increasingly being converted to meet rental needs, which really should be addressed with purpose-built rental housing. Councillor Schneider, you did mention what is the benefit if IZ is implemented in January 2025 and no no housing is actually started or completed within the designated areas. The benefit is that it sends a message to the building industry that they need to start taking inclusionary zoning more seriously and start planning for that in their processes. If they do find loopholes, I read one of the letters about how if this is implemented, builders may look at other geographical locations to build. And I think that, if they do that, maybe they can learn from those processes how they can then implement better housing within our transit areas. So with respect to rising costs to construction, it is my opinion that the building industry needs to reevaluate its processes from design to construction and how it borrows money. There are ways to borrow money with sustainability-linked loans, for example. There's a lot more that builders can be doing for sustainability, which I will not address in this particular delegation. But there are ways to look at costs through prefabricated materials, for example. So what I'm saying is we need to consider not what we are building, but who we are building for, especially in transit areas that is supposed to be more conducive to lower cost living with well-connected transit network. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There does now appear to be a question. Councillor Chapman. Councillor Chapman.
So, can you hear me?
We can now, yes.
Okay, sorry. So you mentioned the census data and somehow you're linking it to the vacancy rates. Do you think that when we talk about, you didn't necessarily give data or say those words, but maybe I'm trying to make that link. Is it, could it be, well, maybe you could elaborate on that a bit further.
I mentioned the census because Stephen Litt mentioned census.
Okay. But do you think that the census then, that when we talk about vacancy rates, maybe it doesn't give a clear picture of what the vacancy rates actually are? Is that what you're suggesting?
I'm not sure about vacancy rates. I wasn't thinking on that side of things. I was thinking more in terms of it doesn't give a clear picture of the rental market need.
Okay. I hear you. Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, those appear to be all the questions. Thanks so much, Ms. Esmail. Our next delegation is Mike Pupolo, representing the Waterloo Home Builders Association. Welcome, Mr. Pupolo.
Good evening. Good evening, Your Worship and Council. My name is Mike Pupolo, and I serve as the Vice President of the WRHBA, or the Waterloo Regional Home Builders Association. We are proudly affiliated with Canadian and Ontario associations as well. In my professional capacity, I am the CEO, or co-CEO, of Polo Corp Inc., a second-generation builder and developer firm that has been serving the Waterloo region since 1979. I'm here tonight to talk about staff's report dated November 21st, 2024, related to inclusionary zoning. The WRHBA and its members have directly engaged with staff on this matter since 2019. The last significant discussions took place in October 2024. We followed up and provided our perspectives to both staff and council in a joint letter with Build Urban. A copy of it is enclosed in our submission package. While the WRHBA fully supports more affordable housing, we continue to have concerns around the timing of the IZ framework. We remain steadfast in our position that the broader economic and market conditions continue to deteriorate, and as such, the WRHBA and its members feel that a pause on implementing IZ zoning continues to be warranted and necessary. Simply put, the market needs to recover and stabilize prior to implementing additional policy that does not assist in increasing housing starts. As indicated in the staff report, at current, there are 556 condo units, with only 10 of those being purchased. While many focus solely on the financial bottom line, they often overlook an important factor. We have a critical partner and often forgotten partner in this process: financial banking institutions. To answer a question asked by Dave Schneider, Councilor Dave Schneider, the banks and the risk departments evaluate each project individually and require developers to achieve a certain percentage of sales, usually between 60 and 75%. They also expect developers to generate a specific profit margin from our net expenses. If our expenses increase or our net revenue decline, the banks need assurance that this project remains solvent. And if they deem a project too risky, we won't receive funding, and which means nothing gets built. In conclusion, our membership appreciates the opportunity to provide input to this important initiative, and we welcome the opportunity to continue dialogue with municipal staff. We hope that Council will support the staff's well-formed research and recommendation to defer the implementation of this policy to allow time for the market to stabilize. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Mr. Bupalo. We do have a question for you, Councillor Chapman.
Thank you, and thank you for coming in tonight.
Thank you.
So you talked about consulting the industry. Did you consult the community at all about the housing situation?
In terms of, yes, we have consulted the community, but the market economics do not permit any housing starts to start. So if we can't build it, then no one's going to live in it, unfortunately.
So would you not agree that the fact that the number of new starts has dwindled over the past year has nothing to do with IZ?
It has to do with the market conditions out there.
Okay.
But IZ will exacerbate that problem.
Okay, and how many units would you calculate you would be having to build if we passed IZ for January 1st?
Well, it's detailed in the staff report. I believe it's based on a sliding scale on.
No, but I'm asking about your company, your Pupelo's.
Yes.
Polo Corp. Not because staff says it would probably be about 10 units for the whole year, spread out across the industry. So how many of those 10 do you think would be yours?
Well, we're working on our Mill and Ottawa station, and we've already committed for inclusionary units, or affordable units, as per the staff recommendation. So in 2025, we should be bringing anything on board, but 2026 and onwards, we will be bringing affordable units.
So you've agreed to do IZ units in the Mill Street development without having been required to do so under an IZ bylaw. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, so thank you for agreeing to do that. That's huge. I just wanted to talk for a second about the the condo industry, and I wonder, you said that it's hard to get money for them. So my assessment is, and maybe you can give me yours, is that according to the vacancy rates chart that I read, there's a 3.6 vacancy rate of bachelor units, right? And this is data from October 2023. Could it be that the condo industry is not building what the community needs? Like, we get a lot of studio apartments, we get a lot of condos, we get bachelor suites, we get one-bedroom apartments, yet we have families, right? We have, the world is beyond just singles, right?
The problem therein lies, through council, Deb, the problem lies that 3-bedroom units of 1,000+ square feet are oftentimes unaffordable to build and to sell. And so if you're going to build this 1,000 square foot unit for a 3-bedroom condominium, it's oftentimes unfeasible to sell it.
Right. Okay. Thank you for coming in.
Councillor Deneau.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for coming in tonight, Mike. So I'll ask you the same question I asked Stephen earlier. I'm not planning on building anything in 2025.
No, we're in terms of Polo Corp as a company, we're going through the architectural process, and we're probably going to bring units on in 2026 or 2027.
Okay.
On our Mill and Ottawa stop, yes.
Okay. So Are you able to tell me between April of 2020 and July 2022, how many units either your company built or that were built throughout the city during those 2.5 years?
Sorry, what was your time frame?
Between April of 2020, so the start of the pandemic,
Yes.
and July of 2022, do you know how many units, kind of?
I don't have the data offhand, I'm sorry.
Would you say there was, and I don't know, would you say there was a influx of buildings across the city?
I couldn't say definitively yea or nay.
Okay, because the only reason I ask is at those point in time, that was actually the lowest interest rates on record in Canada. 0.5 to I think 0.175 in July of 2022. And so I guess my concern is if we're hearing that the interest rates are too high right now to build and the profit margins, and we can't do IZ, the industry had 2.5 years to incorporate some inclusionary zoning or some more deeply affordable units during those 2.5 years, but obviously that didn't happen. And so, I guess my concern is that, the industry wants it the best of both ways. During the low interest rate times, they want to build and make as much money as they can. And during the high interest rates times, they still want to build, but they don't want to push a little bit more towards affordable housing. And so, if you're able to, because you're the president of the board of the association, right?
Pardon?
You sit on.
I sit on the board of WHP, yes.
All right. Would you be able to, at some point in time, not now, but in the new year, provide me with information on starts during the April 2020 to July 2022 period?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Deneau. Councillor Davey.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for coming in, Mr. Pupolo. Just one question, just to simplify the discussion a bit, because you're here as a representative. The sentiment that I think Council is grappling with is the notion that developers will build anyway. They will build the same amount of units anyway. They will just have to take less profit if this is implemented. So I'd just like you to comment flatly on your thoughts on that assertion.
So, like I said in my deputation, we're trying to make modest living, and we don't want to make too much money, but we don't want to make no money as well. So we go by the banks, and if the bank says that the project is economically viable, then we can do it. If they can't, then we can't. So it's a matter of getting the banks on side with us, and if they don't get on side with us, then we can't make the project economically viable.
And in your professional estimation then, if this inclusionary zoning goes ahead in these current market conditions, will we see a loss of general supply of housing?
Potentially, yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for coming in tonight.
Thank you.
My question would be around the number of units that would go in. Do you think that there could be developers that either decide to build outside the inclusionary zoning boundaries around the MTSAs, or that they would decide to maybe do a smaller number, like maybe 49 units as opposed to 50?
And therein lies the rub. Yeah, you're going by 50 unit, 100 unit, and maybe they'll build 49 unit building, for example, versus building something higher. So we want to motivate developers and builders to build more, not less, and that is a critical benchmark with a 49 to 50 unit, and maybe people will be disincentivized to build more density.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Mr. Pupolo, those are all the questions that Council has for you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next delegation is Jackie Wells. Welcome, Ms. Wells.
Here. councillors and city staff, good evening, and thank you for once again giving me the opportunity to speak before you tonight. Regardless of your personal views on this particular matter we are discussing here tonight, whether to delay inclusionary zoning because of alleged market conditions as recommended by city staff, or whether it should be enforced on the date initially intended, I want to highlight the bigger picture that many of our other delegates have already done a fabulous job of doing tonight. Any renter who stands before you, including myself, to delegate to you, stands for hundreds, not for thousands, but tens of thousands of Kitchener residents who are also renters, who for a myriad of reasons will never speak to any of you face to face. Whether it is because they do not understand the political process, lack of literacy or education, lack of time because they work multiple jobs just to keep a roof over their head and feed their family, perhaps due to a language barrier, or just because they don't understand the issues that affect them. Or perhaps a lack of confidence to stand before a group of professional-looking individuals who stand with their heady reports and data sets telling our elected and unelected officials what is best for us. It is these people who are not in this room with us today, who are going to be the most affected by any decision this council and mayor makes regarding anything at all related to housing, and more explicitly, preserving and rectifying the affordable housing stock in this community. The bottom line is that no matter how much better or worse it is for the homeowner, the landlord, the developer, or even the politician, it is almost always worse for the tenant. It is harder than ever as a tenant to pay your rent, put food on the table, save or invest for your retirement, or even feel safe and secure in your own home, lest you lose it to a developer or landlord who could not care less about the people who happen to be living in one of the holdings of their investment portfolio. When you cast your vote tonight as to whether to delay or go forth with inclusionary zoning as initially intended, I implore you to hold yourself accountable by asking yourself these questions and looking for the answers. If we do not implement inclusionary zoning as initially intended, then what are the clear established guidelines that we will commit to now as a checkpoint for when it is finally appropriate to implement inclusionary zoning? How can council ensure that inclusionary zoning does not get delayed into non-existence? If you believe that it's just not the right time to enact inclusionary zoning, then think, what is the next available tool that we can use to preserve existing affordable market housing now? Does this mean we need to seriously reconsider a rent-eviction bylaw to protect the tens of thousands of people in our community who may lose their existing affordable housing? I want to highlight that on this particular point, we need to be extremely in tune with certain risks. Last Friday, December 13th, CBC interviewed Atkinson Fellow and economist Armin Yelnazyan, who gave a prescient warning that we should heed, and I quote, "I just want to caution that when an American dollar will buy 30% more in Canada, we've got fire sale prices going on for assets like housing, and private equity has exploded in the United States, and they have money to buy stuff. So I would really be keeping my eye out for who's going to end up owning our housing stock that we're building left, right, and center when it is that easy to buy more," unquote. Armin articulated that as our Canadian dollar falters and our interest rates are lowered compared to the United States, American real estate corporations will buy up Canadian real estate at unprecedented levels. Anywhere they can, developers and corporate landlords have demonstrated their interest in maximizing their profits. Our community is already experiencing rent evictions, resulting in entire buildings of people being displaced in order to maximize landlord profits. Countless residents are at risk of homelessness and destitute poverty in the next few years without adequate protection from maleficent landlords who will rent evict tenants in rent-controlled units in order to bring in new tenants, charging rents that are much higher than existing tenants can afford. We do appreciate the work Council has put into addressing the issue of preserving affordable housing in the past, including the recent rental replacement bylaw that you enacted last spring. But this is a deep problem and more work must be done. Toronto and Hamilton have found the path forward to passing their own rent eviction bylaws, while Kitchener appears to either misunderstand or dismiss the crucial importance of passing a rent eviction bylaw of its own. In conclusion, my point is that if councillors are persuaded that now is not the time for inclusionary zoning, remember that in this interim period, nothing has become easier for renters and the most vulnerable in our community. Recognize this as an opportunity to explore other policy levers that will achieve the stated end goal of affordable housing for all. Perhaps these other strategies in the end will prove to be more efficient and effective than the ones you have already considered.
Thank you very much. We do have some questions for you, Ms. Wells. Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for coming in. Can you just better explain to us what a rent eviction bylaw would look like?
Sorry?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, one of your words was slurred and I couldn't.
Sorry, can you just better explain to us what a rent eviction bylaw would look like?
I guess, Councillor Chapman, if we can focus on the issue of inclusionary zoning this evening and not a rent eviction bylaw, because that's not what we're debating.
Well, but the delegate brought it up, so I'm speaking to her delegation.
She did, but I guess if we can just try to focus on the inclusionary zoning aspects of it.
Okay, I'll have to think.
Okay, there don't appear to be any further questions, Ms. Wells.
Thank you.
Our next delegation is Ken Vogelpohl, please. Welcome, Mr. Vogelpohl.
Thank you. Mayor and Council, thank you again for the opportunity to speak on this important topic. I am Ken Vogelpohl, tenant, resident of Ward 10, and a member of Acorn Waterloo Region Chapter. First of all, I would like to make it clear that we appreciate the work Council has already done on this issue, and we recognize that the ideal solution may not always be an achievable solution, but we all work together to improve what we can. I made most of the points I wanted to make at the earlier committee meeting on December 2, including the fact that despite the recent market correction, long-term condo prices in Kitchener have risen 7.5% year over year, consistently since 2009, the same rise that prompted the IZ proposal in the first place. In other words, long-term conditions have not changed as much as the report might lead you to believe. But the reason I rise today is actually in response to a question posed to me, namely about nonprofit versus for-profit housing. There's, of course, a tension between profit and affordability. The idea of a developer-focused strategy is that profits induce builds, which in turn increases supply, creating more affordable housing at some level or another. I would argue that sustained above inflation increase in Kitchener prices, despite a recent building surge, contradicts this idea, but let's set that aside. It's important to remember that inclusionary zoning is fundamentally a market-based solution. The IZ proposal calls not for 100%, not 20%, not even 5%, but a mere 2% affordable housing in new builds. And the submitted analysis says even that is too much. Let's consider what 2% actually means in a real context. A building of 200 units would offer a total of 4 affordable units. What does affordable mean in this context? Certainly not free. No, it's 30% of income for low to moderate income earners, itself already at the high end of what I would consider real affordability. There's an assumption that we start with a certain kind of build for a certain kind of buyer, and that any additional burden lies on top of that. I would have hoped for a discussion on how IZ might encourage a greater diversity of housing in the transit corridor, but that perspective seems absent. In short, I'd like to see the market provide new housing for a variety of residents of various income levels in the DTK, and I think IZ can be a part of that solution. In a sense, delaying this implementation shows a lack of faith in the market to adjust and provide that kind of housing, in which case we may need to discuss those exact nonprofit solutions. For these reasons, in addition to my previous statement from December 2, I urge Council to stick to the original schedule and not delay inclusionary zoning. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. There don't appear to be any questions of you, Mr. Vogelpohl.
Thank you.
Our next delegation is Mr. Ryan Murdoch. Welcome, Mr. Murdoch.
Oh, Mr. Murdoch, I ain't my dad.
Okay.
Thank you, though.
Welcome, Ryan.
So I think most of you know that I would like and urge you to pass this now. It was brought up last time about how, talking about investments and stuff and whether this is a good investment. Well, I think investing in your most vulnerable citizens is always going to be a good investment. It's what we need to do. It's what and not you guys, right? For the last at least 15, 20 years, probably more, there's been a marked lack of investing in our most vulnerable people, right? At all levels of government, we have seen this. And it's a small investment to a degree, right? But it's not nothing. And one thing I think we keep forgetting in this discussion of inclusionary zoning is inclusionary zoning right now is limited by the terrible government we have in Ontario, right? At some point, that's going to change, right? These issues are only going to grow as we rely on the market, which, let's be clear, the market has been in control this entire time. So the market got us here. The market has got us to where most people can barely afford a decent apartment. All you have to do is just go and talk to regular people who rent, and you'll find, even the people who manage it, the stress of it builds. And I think we all know, like, being constantly stressed, that's actually bad for humans, bad for mammals in general. So not only are we then denying affordable housing to people, we're having a specific concrete material impact on the health of our citizens, of the people who live here. And then that's going to cost money too, right? That's going to impact how we fund healthcare, which we don't. And it's going to impact like the mental health of our population. So it's an investment that can go a long way. And also it lays the groundwork so that developers know that when a new government comes, and this is going to be like going forward, these are going to be electoral issues, right? This is what people are going to be voting on. And because people who get kicked out of their homes, like, that's not a fun experience. And it tends to radicalize people, and it makes them angry. And they're going to vote on that. So at some point, inclusionary zoning, there won't be those limitations. And then we can actually expand inclusionary zoning to include the whole city, which it should, right? Like, it's wild that that's a thing. And then the developers will know, and they'll have started to get used to it. And also sometimes we need brave and courageous leadership, and sometimes you have to call people's bluffs. Like, we keep hearing, well, maybe we won't build. Okay, maybe you don't build. I mean, it would stink. I want those 10 affordable units, but also I'd love to see them not build. Just like, I don't think they're going to do it. I think they will, because they want profit, whether it's some profit or the most profit they can get. They're going to want that. Their shareholders are going to want some profit. So they're not going to stop building completely. And maybe they stop building in the inner spot, like where we want them to, and that stinks. But then also maybe we expand inclusionary zoning to cover all of it. And then they have to, because they have to then actually contribute to society. And yeah, anyways, we need affordable housing. And if this doesn't happen, man, we're going to be asking a lot about rent eviction bylaws coming up in the next year, guys. So we'll probably be chatting about that. And just in my last 30 seconds, this is a total... Can we all think about how we did a land acknowledgement and then sang the anthem of a settler colonial nation immediately after? I thought it was a joke. So yeah, please guys, if not this, we really need to start looking at those other things like the rent eviction bylaws, hard, serious, and in a way that gets it done. Because we need help, we're all tired. The working class is very tired.
I can ask you to wrap up, please, Mr. Murdoch.
Oh yeah, sorry, that was
okay.
Thank you. My big finale.
We do have some questions for you, Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for coming in. So I'm sure you're aware of the fact that inclusionary zoning was something that was introduced by the Wynne government. then modified, and the Ford government brought it further forward, but reduced, set a limit of the percentage of units, and what that value would be, and only in the MTSAs, and the things that they did, and then the regional municipalities went even further, and started at 0% in some places, and 1% in other, and 2%. So what I find interesting about this whole discussion, and I just want your comments on it, the Ford government is very, pro-developer. Why do you think he hasn't withdrawn this inclusionary zoning? Wouldn't that be the logical thing to do at his end?
Sorry, just I have been up since 6 this morning. What was the last part of the question?
Yeah, so I mean, maybe it's a bit of a provocative question, but not to you, but to others. But so the fact that as I say, the Ford government I think of as very pro-developer, and yet they haven't, quite often the Ford government will retract policies, right? But they haven't retracted this. So that leads me to believe that this is a good thing that we should be doing, because there's a sign that it will produce a few affordable units, right? So I guess I just wanted, I know you're part of ACORN. What are your thoughts on that? Why has the Ford government not retracted it if it's such a horrible thing?
I think because they know they can't not have anything pushing for some affordable housing. So an inclusionary zoning with the minimal numbers that are often used, I think it makes it for a less painful way to the developers to do something and do a little bit, but without it actually impacting profits in any meaningful way. And I also think when you look at how inclusionary zoning is often structured, the definition of affordable is often, I think there's contention around how that's set up. So I think that the Ford government and our provincial government knows they can only go so far in pushing back against affordable housing in the working class, or else they'd really start to lose support. So it's like, inclusionary zoning is important, but honestly, sometimes it feels like we're up here just begging for crumbs. When we want the loaf of the rent eviction bylaw.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for coming in.
No problem.
Thank you, Mr. Murdoch. Those appear to be all the questions council has. Thank you. Our last delegation on this item is Mr. Myron Steinman. Welcome, Mr. Steinman.
Thank you, Mayor Ranovic and members of council. I'd first like to say my appreciation for putting this first on the agenda. If it would be 11:30 on the agenda, I probably wouldn't be here tonight. My name is Myron Steinman. I'm a resident of Ward 9 and inactive a member of ACORN Waterloo Region. Before ACORN Waterloo Region formed, I was a more active member of ACORN London. And there I became aware of the issues that tenants face with real estate investment trusts. Compared to Kitchener, Kitchener doesn't have a problem with real estate investment trusts compared to London, to my experience. I am here to try to understand why the recommendation to defer inclusionary zoning to the City of Kitchener for 1 year. I did speak to a City of Kitchener planner, and I thought it might have something to do with the instability down south, and I was sure that wasn't the case. I wasn't able to really get an answer. I'd like to make, I guess I got 4 points. Only lower tier municipalities can implement inclusionary zoning. By that I mean the Region of Waterloo cannot implement regional inclusionary zoning. Second point, inclusionary zoning does not cost any more taxpayers higher taxes. It doesn't cost higher taxes. And my third point was parkland and parking are needed even by low-income tenants. Even low-income tenants, I think, need a parking spot. I know that's not part of inclusionary zoning, but I believe that's the case. Habitat for Humanity is building some housing in Waterloo Region. They are building some rental housing. They said the rental housing for a 3-market unit is $2,600, and they're building rental housing for $1,600. I did phone social assistance up today to try to get some figures. The shelter allowance for a single person on ODSP is just under $600. So I said, well, we multiply that by 3 and we get $1,800. Well, it's not as simple as that. If for 4 people to live in an intentional community, 4 people to live in an intentional community on ODSP, they would be getting less than $11,000 in shelter allowance. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Steinman. There don't appear to be any questions. Thank you for coming in this evening.
Pardon me?
Sorry, you were just saying thank you for it being early?
Thank you for letting delegates speak early, yes.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, now I'm off. Okay, I will now go to questions of staff. Councillor Davey.
No questions of staff. I do have a motion I would like to move. So
Okay.
Table that now. The clerk does have it if they can.
So I actually have a clarification once we get to the motions, but I'll come back to you momentarily. Are there any questions of staff? Okay, if not, I do understand from when this was at committee, it lost on a tie vote. This is a planning item, however, and so staff have advised, while this matter was refused at committee, to ensure council receives the preferred result of the planning applications, any motion brought forward needs to be in the affirmative. That way, if council wishes to refuse the planning application, they can vote down the affirmative recommendation, which will result in the application being refused. So I would ask, councillor, that your motion be in the affirmative. An amendment to the staff recommendation will also be required if that's what's going forward, as the official plan amendment may need to be forwarded to the provincial Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing now rather than the region of Waterloo due to legislation changes that will take effect on January the 1st, 2025. And staff, I understand, have some wording that can assist us with that. So I will now come back to you, Councillor Davey.
Yes, instead of reading the motion, maybe it's just better if I summarize the gist of it. So it is very similar to staff's original recommendation that we do defer this till 2026. But like one of the delegates mentioned, Ms. Wells, I think, the question was, if not now, when, and what's the commitment? And the difference here is that it's not saying actually specifically that we're deferring it to 2026, it's that we will implement it in 2026. There's a very key distinction in that. And what that means is that when this does come back in 2026, it won't be a simple majority vote of this council. It will be, the only way they could be overturned would be what's called a supermajority, which means you'd have to have quite a number of members of council that want to overturn it. So I think it's the best of both worlds, and I will comment at the appropriate time. I'm not sure if now's...
So the only thing I would actually offer up is that assuming if your motion were to carry, it would take a motion to reconsider to move away from that motion.
For 2026, yes.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So I just want that for clarity for, which, as you point out, requires a supermajority. But I just want that clarity for members in the audience and those who are also watching online. Okay, so go ahead with your motion, Councillor Davey.
Right, so, well, I said the gist of it, so.
Just gonna, that's the gist of it, you're just gonna, okay, so the
And then
motion
comment
is,
whenever necessary.
the motion is on the screen, yes, on the screen above us. Is there a seconder for your motion, Councillor Davey? Moved by Councillor Michaud. Any discussion? Councillor Davey, I'll let you go first since it was your motion.
Sure. I think it's really important that members of the public understand what we're doing here. I think there's a disconnect between us wanting to support affordable housing versus the general supply of housing. The truth is that Canada, on a per capita basis, has fewer homes than any of the other G7 countries. And within Canada, Ontario has the fewest number, province-wise, and believe it or not, Kitchener-Waterloo region, I think, is the second lowest in our entire province. This is data coming from a Scotiabank report in 2021. And the reason I raise this is because there are two parts of this housing supply crisis. There is the general supply crisis that we have, and there's the affordable supply crisis. And they're equal. And what I mean by that is there are people out there as well that have good jobs that are stuck in their parents' basements, that have good incomes, and they don't qualify for a mortgage because housing prices are too high. In the long run, the only way to reduce that is to increase the supply of homes. So that's the general supply crisis, okay? What we're talking about here is inclusionary zoning, which is the people that are struggling to afford their home and they need additional support. The problem with this that we've heard that was kind of muddled in the execution of how it was said is that if you push too hard on the inclusionary side, you reduce the number of units for the people that in the market housing place, okay? So you're saying that's fine for some of you, I get it. But what we need to do is need to look at how government tackles this in general. We have one property open right now. We have an open tender for 5 times the number of affordable housing units than this is supposed to be effective for the entire year. What I'm saying is government has to start building the deeply affordable housing. That's the only solution in my mind. We can leverage the private sector, but the government has to get back in the game of building more affordable housing, and we're doing it. I think we have hundreds of units coming on the books in the city of Kitchener and other municipalities looking at that as well. So this isn't the end of the road in terms of inclusionary zoning, and like I said, as a result of this motion, we are committing, if it's approved, we are committing to some form of inclusionary zoning beginning 2026 next year. But the reality is we have to trust the data that says the market is ice cold. We've heard all of the incentives that have been applied by the province and everyone else, and if it was working, where are the people that are building? Like you can look at the report, construction costs have gone up 92% since 2017. Yes, they're coming down now, but they've still gone up 92% since 2017. People the developers, if they're not gonna make money, they won't build. Developers have sat on properties for generations, honestly. Waiting a short period of time, if the conditions aren't right, they're just not going to build, and that's going to hurt the general supply of housing. So I think I've spoken a bit too much there, Mr. Mayor, but I thought it was really important to communicate the intention.
Thank you very much, Councillor Davey. Councillor Stretch, you're next.
Yes, so I have a question, I think possibly of staff, or it might be of Councillor Davey. So the piece about staff going and evaluating the market. So right now we're asking for 2%, but could that increase? Is that a possibility?
It could increase or decrease, but it could not be zero. We would be committing to, my understanding, we would be committing to inclusionary zoning in some form in 2026.
Okay, increase or decrease, but not zero?
Correct.
Staff, I guess I'm looking at you. Does that seem feasible?
Who wants to take that? Ms. Goss?
Through the mayor, I concur with what Councillor Davey said. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Deneau, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And, it's been said already tonight, if not now, when? We can push this to 2026. And I respect Councillor Davey's motion, but I don't think there's anyone in this room believes that there won't be a change in our federal government at some point in the next year. And with that change, I would suspect that there's going to be significant reductions in monies that flow to municipalities for affordable housing projects. And if that's the case, January 1st, 2026, we will have a new prime minister, and probably before that. And so there's no guarantees at that point in time we'll be able to implement our wishes and desires on that date. And so, you know, even if we were to agree in January 1st, 2026, that 50% of all our new builds at MTSAs will include inclusionary zoning, you know, that's a pipe dream, because the reality is we're going to have a change in government, and I believe most of us know how he feels about affordability for regular Canadians. You know, I actually did great thing, the internet here, or Google. 14,000 housing starts were between 2020, 2021, and 2022. I couldn't get 2023 data. So of those 14,000 homes, I'm curious how many were actually deeply affordable. I know we didn't have the requirements at that point in time, but as my discussion earlier was that the 14,000 housing starts were at significantly low interest rates, record lows, and the developers at that point in time weren't worried, and much, you know, I don't think most of us were much worried about affordable units, but they weren't even, you know, I would be curious to know how many of those were actually somewhat affordable. So the developers during those 3 years, you know, they made significant gains in their own portfolio. And all we're asking is for a little bit of those gains in the last 3 years. And I don't think it's you know, an ask that is going to put them out of business. And I agree with one of the delegates. You know, I think we should call their bluff, because they're not going to lose money. They're still going to make money. They're just not going to make as much money as they once did. And I've said this before, and I'm okay with that. And I'd like to think that people who care about our community would be okay with that as well. And so I can't support the amendment. And I appreciate, you know, all the work that everybody has done, all the delegates, but I believe that if we don't do it now, it's not going to get done anytime in the next few years. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chapman.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, you're up.
Hello?
Yeah, you're up, Councillor Chapman. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So I won't be supporting the motion, Councillor Davies' motion either. And my reasons are, you know, first of all, I look at the recent numbers, point and count. What is it called? The number of homeless people right now in the region, and we've got over 2,370 that we know of. We've got over 9,000 households on the affordable housing waiting list. And as one of the delegates mentioned, it's only the lower tiered municipality that can adopt inclusionary zoning. The region can't. It was gifted to us by the province, and we should be embracing that. And we all supported this back in March when this situation was worse than it was today. Since then, interest rates have come down. The cost of construction material has come down. Yeah, we can talk about, you know, 2016 and say, oh, well, it was much better then. But I'm talking about, you know, March to now, when we all stood behind inclusionary zoning. And now we're sitting here, don't ask me why, but we're somehow doubting what we've already thought was a good thing. I'm very pleased to hear Polo Corp continue to be committed to building IZ units. They weren't required to, because we don't have an inclusionary zoning bylaw. And yet they see the virtue in providing units that are affordable, not deeply affordable, but at attainable rates for people so that they can be housed. Developers are not building now, and that's not because of IZ. That's because they want more profit. That's all I can conclude from that. And they won't build tomorrow until they have those profits. IZ is not going to stunt their development. They've already decided they're not developing right now, and that's where they'll sit. if we were to pass IZ tomorrow, we probably still won't get any IZ units between now and the end of 2025, because one of the developers stood here in front of us and said, no, I'm not going to build anything till 2026, 2027. So even if we were to pass it today to initiate on January 1st, 2025, we probably won't get any IZ units other than those like the Pupelos, Polo Corp, and others who have committed to doing it. I've often mentioned the Amsterdam model of 40-40-20, which would give developers, a way to make up any losses that would come from that maybe one unit. And that is to build 40% of, in Amsterdam, they were required to build 40% of affordable units, 40% market value, and 20% luxury. And that way you've got that balance. You've got buildings that have a combination of all different socioeconomic statuses, and you've created housing that will allow people to be housed. So, I can't support this. I'm actually really disappointed that this is a report that was brought back to us. That is to put it off to 2026. There's no need for that. Now is the time. And I agree, if we don't do it now, who knows if it will ever come to fruition. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chapman. Councillor Michaud. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Ioannidis.
I keep hearing doubts on Councillor Davies' motion with regards to that's not going to happen. He says it's going to happen in 2026. So why is these members of council saying that that's not going to be committed?
So, Councillor Ioannidis, members of council can express their opinion as they deem appropriate, and as has been pointed out, while my understanding of the motion is very clear, and its intent is that it will be implemented effective January 1st of 2026. As you know, council does have the ability to revisit an item, and that is part of the normal procedural bylaw of council. And I don't believe that that's the intent of the motion, but that is a prerogative of council if it were to see fit to do so a year from now.
Okay, I don't buy your argument, but
That's fine. I'm just stating what procedurally is factual, and the rest. I do believe that Councillor Davies' intent is very clear, which is that it would be effective January 1, 2026. And the only thing that would potentially change is what the percentage amount is based on the market review that would need to happen at that time. Councillor Michaud, back to you because you do have the floor.
Thank you. I first want to thank all the delegations for coming out tonight and sharing your thoughts and your concerns. And I certainly empathize with everyone here today, and I'm well aware of the struggles that our housing crisis that we have in this region, actually in this country today. But I'm struggling with which way I was going to go with this. But when Councillor Davey brought his motion forward, to guarantee that this inclusionary zoning will happen in 2026, I feel that although it's 12 months, it's going to start in 2026, and I'm really confident that we are going in the right direction. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I don't see anyone else in the queue right now. I'll just make some comments myself. I will be supporting Councillor Davies' motion in this regard, and I think it both recognizes some of the issues and concerns we heard from the industry and we heard from staff, but it also recognizes the need to have a definitive date in place to move forward with this. I know one of the things that we heard is, let's look at what's happened in 2024 between March and now, and we've seen, interest rates come down a little bit, and some things, yes, maybe have come down, as was indicated in terms of some costs, but then we also heard mechanical and electrical, for example, went up. The reality is in the numbers, and in 2023, we ended the year at 139% of our housing target. The reality is in 2024, we're going to be struggling to hit 80% of our housing target. And this is not unique to this community. This is unique to communities across Ontario and in fact across Canada. And it's because of a variety of things that are impacting the affordability of projects moving forward. Now, some people would say, well, you know, let's call their bluff and let's sort of see where things land. And this is really only about 10 units. The reality is it's not just about 10 units, because if these projects don't go forward, yes, it means those 10 units don't get built, but it also means all the other units that go along with those projects don't get built. And that for me is a bigger problem, because changing the issues of housing supply throughout the system are dependent on offerings being put into the system across the housing spectrum, all the way from deeply affordable through to market-based purchases. And so while I firmly believe that, you know, the commitments we made in March as a council are still very much in place, and this council is committed to that, I also recognize that there are market realities, factual data that is showing that this is a problem, and it's something that we are struggling not just here, but across this country, and quite frankly, across many jurisdictions across North America and beyond to deal with in terms of housing affordability issues that are going to require all orders of government to tackle the issue and make sure that we can move things forward. Councillor Chapman, I believe you have already spoken to this. Is there something you need to clarify?
I'd like to call for a recorded vote, please.
That's fine. We will do that. Thank you. So a recorded vote has been called. We're voting on Councillor Davies' motion. And we'll note that there has been one conflict, and okay, please vote. And that is, there we go, that is carried. Okay, thank you to everyone who came in as part of this, and for all the delegations. Councillor Chapman, you have a question?
Yeah, usually we get a list of who voted in which direction. Can we get a list of
That, well, when it's a recorded vote, that'll be reflected in the minutes.
Okay.
Yep.
It'd be nice for the public to see it right now.
Yeah, it was on the screen. It was on the screen, Councillor Chapman. Perhaps you didn't see it.
Oh, I didn't see it. Okay.
Okay,
Thanks.
thank you. Okay, thank you, everyone. We'll now move on to item 6.2. Bean Drive and the sanitary trunk sewer environmental assessment. We do have 10 delegations for this item. I'll also note that there has been a written submission that has come in from Mr. Mike Funk during our time on council. Our first delegation for this item is Maya Alexandru. Or Maya Alexandru? Is Ms. Alexandru here? Oh, that's you? Oh, okay, please come up to the podium. Welcome, Ms. Alexandru.
All right, I'm Maya and I'm 15 years old. And for 5 years, Kitchener has given me some of the best memories of my life. As a child, I used to live in Vaughan, a place which is way more urbanized with not as much nature to enjoy around me locally. Now, the moment that I stepped into my new house, the first thing I noticed was my beautiful backyard with the most scenic forest right next to it. To 10-year-old me, it was like heaven on earth. Now, the core memories that I made, especially during the COVID-19 lockdown here, were always outside. Whether I was playing with my friends outside, walking with my family, my mom always used to kick me out of the house to enjoy the neighborhood, have the time of my life as a child to the fullest, and have some fresh air. Now, now going on those perfect walks along Strasburg Creek not only helped me become more active, but they also helped me with my mental health, as I wasn't always stuck inside my house doing nothing all day, especially as a child. Now, I've been very fortunate to know many of these volunteers who have been putting in so much effort to fight for saving the wetlands, and I started showing interest in their research. I truly admire their passion to fight for nature, their passion to fight for the truth, as well as their documented work. Now, I imagine many of you have children of your own who these days are always stuck on their phones. Think about all of the families with children in our neighborhood who want to take a break from their social media and their addiction to their devices. I'm sure one of the options to consider would be to encourage them to go outside, enjoy the natural area, and observe the ecosystems in our forest. Now, by taking away the wetland, this will certainly cause the life to be destroyed in the forest. Now, the point that I'm trying to make is, let's think long term. Let's say 20 years. Will extending the road by sacrificing our environment really help with the traffic? Now, I remember when I was in grade 5 and I went to Brigadoon Public School near Carindale Drive. Crossing the roads to make sure that no cars were passing by was the least of my concerns, as I simply waited patiently for the cars to cross by. Now, regardless of trying to improve the traffic and extending the roads, there's always going to be many cars in the area, especially during the school pickup and drop-off. Now, in schools, we were always taught to take care and protect our environment. This is a double standard, as well as hypocritical, to teach the importance of nature to students and then simply building a road straight through the wetland. It's important to put into practice what is taught to children in school. Now, if we're thinking about the nature and the ecosystems, by destroying it and taking it away, we will never be able to bring back what we once had and enjoyed before. Now, I'd also like to add that this not only impacts our future generations, but also the current residents who have been living in our neighborhood for many, many years. Yes, of course, it's important to build new houses for others. However, we need to take into consideration how we can prevent floods from happening in the houses which have already been built in our neighborhood for years, for decades. Now, if we take away the wetland, this will certainly harm and affect the other properties. Now, regardless of making sure that no chemical is released into the environment due to the construction, there will always be a small amount of salt and unwanted toxins into the ecosystem, causing the water that we drink to become more contaminated and less pure. Now, is it not worth considering the other alternative of putting in the water in the sewer mains so that houses can still be built, but also keeping our ecosystem and environment protected and still beautiful? Now, this lies in your hands, and whatever you decide to do will determine what happens next. I not only speak on the behalf of the current residents, but also on the future generations, who one day I hope will be able to experience and witness the beautiful, heavenly, nearby forest right next to us. Now, I'd also like to add some wisdom from the Lorax, summing up the impact of the situation. A tree falls the way it leans. Be careful which way you lean. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Alexander. We do have a question for you, Councillor Singh.
Not a question, Maya. I was thinking what I was doing at 15, it certainly wasn't speaking before council. Just it's fantastic the way you spoke and how you present to yourself. Good job.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for coming in. Those are all the questions we have. Our next delegation is Frank Moffat. Welcome, Mr. Moffat.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor and members of council, I have an important question for you to consider. What legacy will you leave for your children, grandchildren, and members of the public? Will the legacy be that this council adhered to their climate action plan and changed the way City of Kitchener projects are designed and implemented? Or will the mistakes of the past be continued? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moffat. There don't appear to be any questions. Thank you for coming in this evening, sir. Our next delegation is Mr. Mike Funk. Welcome, Mr. Funk.
Good evening, Mayor Verbanovic and councillors. Thank you for taking the time to hear my concerns tonight. I'd like to direct your attention to the PowerPoint sent around called Effects of Core Drilling in the PSW 30. The first picture you'll see is just kind of shows you the type of damage that we're looking at in the wetland. This was the first attempt at core drilling performed in May failed and the machinery needed to be towed out. The second attempt in August required major reinforcement of the surface trail to reach into the wetland. You'll see that first picture shows the deep ruts left in the PSW floor where the core driller machines
Sorry,
sank.
Mr. Funk, if I can just ask our staff to put the pictures on the...
Oh, I didn't have them in time. I'm very sorry. There was a bit of a mix-up today.
Sorry, please proceed.
Sure. So the second picture shows ruts and trenching materials left by the core drilling machinery due to sinkage, which ultimately is disturbing the water table. You'll see that there is a lot of water pushing up out of the soil in this area. Like the sheer amount of it coming up out of this area is absolutely astounding. If you were to go back there, the amount of water pushing up into our fresh water that everybody in this region enjoys drinking, it's right there. There are ruts and trenching materials left by the core drilling. The dewatering and building a road will cause irreparable damage by compressing this wetland, which will disrupt fresh water to the region. Do we really want to add tons of road material into this wetland in an attempt to try to stabilize the roadbed? Again, my colleagues and I are not against development. Put the infrastructure in place, but the road is not required at the cost of depleting the PSW diversity and the water coming out of this area. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Funk. There don't appear to be any questions. Thank you, sir. Our next delegation is Yvonne and Manny Fernandez. Welcome to both of you.
Just an aside, the pictures that Mr. Funk was speaking about will be emailed to council after.
Council's already received them, actually. That was...
Have they? Okay.
That was the submission I referenced earlier.
Okay, wonderful. All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council. You've heard from some of our delegates tonight about various reasons not to support the Bean Drive EA, and you will hear more. We would like to refute one of the ongoing arguments that Mr. Reedman has put forward on a couple of occasions. His assertion is that adding the Bean Drive extension will improve safer access to the Brigadian community for EMS response. There is presently 2 access points into the small Brigadian community from Bean Drive and Carindale. If you look at the map that is on your screen, you will see that not only is there 2 access points into the area from Bean Drive and Carindale, but also Robertson Crescent, I believe that's the upper pink part, and Kilkerran Crescent offer additional access points to either side of Bean Drive. Should Bean Drive be blocked in between those 2 access points, there is always the option of either Robertson Crescent or Kilkerran to access the end of Bean Drive. In speaking with a former police officer and some firefighters, when presented with the existing road conditions and the proposed Bean Drive extension, they say that the extension would be less desirable as an access point for a number of reasons.
The narrowing of Bean through the wetland would mean that they would have to travel slower. The preferred route is always a road built to normal width standards so that they can travel at a quicker speed. The dim lighting proposed on the road would also be of concern for EMS response as it reduces the visibility, especially for police cars. This could become a safety issue for those first responders. What we've learned is that the weight of the fire truck decides which roads that they would travel on to arrive in a safe and expedient manner.
Bean Drive will be built over a wetland, which may not support the weight of a truck on an ongoing basis.
Since the part of Bean Drive that will go through the wetland will also be a wildlife corridor, this will impact the decision on which roads to take to arrive at their destination. You heard from Ray Angood at the committee meeting on December 2nd that he was able to refute the time and distance that would be saved with the Bean Drive extension. As you may recall, time and distance saved was negligible, if any at all.
If you're truly concerned with the safe access for EMS into all neighborhoods, then I ask myself, why are the courts allowed to build allowing only one access point for all EMS responses? I live on a court. There's one access point. There's a home, a group home, and when they're full, there's cars all along the way. And I say to myself, God forbid, if anything was to happen, we have some real issues for the fire people getting through here.
We would like to put forward that once Robert Ferry is completed, an additional 2 access points will be created into and through Hearthwood Drive and out to Carindale, giving additional access to the Brigadoon community along Carindale and Robert Ferry. First responders will give priority to arrive in their destination regardless of what the road designation is. We heard last time, minor road, collector road designation, major collector road designation. In conclusion, we put forward to you that the argument that Bean Drive extension is needed for EMS response is not true. As we indicated in our previous comments, it will not be preferred route for EMS response. The existing and well-known routes are the ones that the EMS responders will use to gain safe access to our community. Extending this short piece of Bean Drive will not improve EMS response times and may actually impede their ability to arrive in a timely manner. We know that Bean Drive will be dead-ended for a period of time until Robert Ferry is connected. I want to take a quote, and you received this transcript or a presentation from David Weaver, and he says, "Having done policing for 30 years, I can assure you that the emergency service response to Spencer Court and cul-de-sac portion of Bean Drive would be improved by less traffic on Carindale and Bean Drive, but building Robert Ferry extension will also allow emergency services the new corridor from Strasburg Road for more route options and increased efficiency. The extension of Bean Drive does not accomplish this objective."
From a personal point of view, I am seeing very little positive to extending Bean Drive, if any at all. I do not see any benefits. I only see negatives from destruction of the wetland, release of the carbon in our atmosphere, community disruption, the cost, impact on the groundwater, and even the argument that it improves EMS response. It's a waste of resources and time. You know, guys, this is not about, not in my backyard, but about doing the right thing.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to both of you. We have some questions. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you so much for coming in. I'm wondering actually if we can ask staff to comment on that too, because the issues around EMS are really important to any neighborhood. So I'm wondering if staff can comment on that as well.
So Councillor Johnson, if I can ask you to hold that question,
okay,
and we'll come back, because I know from a number of the presentations, council may have questions of staff at that point in time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions of the delegation? There don't appear to be any. Thank you to both of you for coming in. Our next delegation is Paul Balzer. Welcome, Mr. Balzer.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor and City Councilors. K36 is a Waterloo Regional drinking well, or water well, about 150 meters away from the proposed road extension. And with K34 treatment plant, supplies nearly 3,800 cubic meters per day, about an Olympic and a half size swimming pool. The proposed salt-laden road will directly cross the wetland, poisoning and impairing its ability to do its function, like an elastic band around a major artery, slowing blood, causing loss of use and unconsciousness. It will impair the wetland's ability to clean the water, and properly drain. The environmental assessment does not mention this water well or the effect of this road will have on this well. Should we not know, or at least have an estimate of the future damage on K36 well and the K34 water treatment plant? City engineering does not know the water quality, did not have any insight to the current or projected future water quality or trends. It's a regional responsibility, not in their scope of work. Any future negative impact this road will have on a water well would be a regional responsibility and expense, and has not been investigated. Is this a case of a lower level of government causing undue expense on an upper level and ultimately to the taxpayers? Like a quick insight to sodium and chloride levels in water. 20 milligrams, this is all milligrams in liters, per liter. The region must inform the Public Health Department, Health Canada and Environment Canada if concentrations are over 20 milligrams per liter, due to possible health concerns for people requiring low sodium diets. Above 40 milligrams, it's harmful to infants. Above 70 milligrams, it starts to kill vegetation. At 200 to 250 milligrams, the salt level is very detectable, it's not very good tasting, and it's at the maximum recommended level of Public Health Canada. A person intake, average male intake for the day is 2,300 milligrams per day. Drinking 4 liters of water per day at 200 milligrams water, salt content, it will give you 30% of your salt intake for the entire day with no other foods involved. Okay? We have one treatment plant already producing 198 milligrams per liter already to the public. To give you some insight of the well and the well water treatment, as of 2018, 25 of the 80 regional wells, that's over 30%, are at 200 to 250 milligrams of sodium, chloride, or both. In 1998, only 5 wells were between 100 and 200. In 2023, the regional water, well, okay, like I'm just repeating myself here. Like I said, we're already at 198 milligrams at one plant right now. And to achieve this level of water, lower sodium level, the water plants have to use 2 to more than 8 wells to blend it. And oh shoot.
Still have 30 seconds, sir.
Yeah. And our water treatment plant only has 2 wells, K36 and K34. Okay. So, yeah, I'm way over. We're putting up 140 tons of salt, the region, on our roads already. How much salt is going to be on this road? Salt alternatives are not very well, not very effective, put it that way. They cause more corrosive damage and more water damage with high nitrates. Salt accumulation is just that. It accumulates. It cannot be removed. So we're polluting our water again. And like I said, only 20 years, 5 wells had less than 200 Now we have 25.
Mr. Balzer, if I can ask you to wrap up, as the system automatically turns the mic off. So if I can just ask you to wrap up, if you have any final word you want to say.
Okay. It was a bad engineering design to put this, to effectively plan this road 40 years ago when it was first considered, with knowing what we know now, and its very limited value. It's criminal for the city to hold on to this proposed road extension. Engineering.
Okay, Mr. Balzer, I've given you more than a minute extra time. You've had more than a minute extra time, so, okay, thank you, sir. Are there any questions of Mr. Balzer? There don't appear to be any questions. Thank you very much for coming in, sir. Our next delegation is Bonnie Bender Vargas. Welcome, Ms. Bender Vargas.
Thank you. Good evening, councillors and Mayor Verbenebek. Dewatering the wetland, no clear answer as to where this water would be stored. Floating a road to be built in a wetland, how often would this road need to be repaired? Heavy city-authorized equipment sinking into the wetland during a recent study. Is this wetland really suitable for construction? Potentially, more flooding into homes surrounding the wetland. Loss of wildlife habitat. People concerned about wildlife in their backyards. Well, what do you expect when you keep taking away their land? There are also obvious concerns for the brook trout in Strasburg Creek. The extra time and money to build a road through a wetland when other roads can and will be able to accommodate the traffic flow. We just heard that housing starts are down, developers aren't building. How long after the Bean extension would it be until the developer completes Robert Ferry? At the committee meeting, no one at this table knew about the University of Waterloo RISE project, which in fact has an official partnership with the City of Kitchener. RISE, in simplistic terms, focuses on carbon, wetlands, and climate change. If you disrupt a wetland, you release the carbon it has stored, and you affect the climate, not in a good way. The City of Kitchener has made a point of trying to be green. I question what is green about this extension. If you fool around with nature's natural filtration system, you are fooling around with our drinking water. Taking out portions of the wetland and then trying to replace it. City staff was asked at the committee meeting how long it would take the wetland to go back to being a wetland if portions of it are taken out and replaced with something else. There was no answer to that question. Just to remind you, it would take many of our lifetimes for the wetland to be supposedly replaced, since you really can't replace it at all. A stormwater pond is not a replacement, by the way. Unknown impacts of the proposed road. Not knowing all of the answers until it may be too late. Then what? My comment to all of the above is, seriously? Councillors and Mayor Verbenebek, remember why you're sitting in these chairs this evening. You were voted in by the people in your ward and in your city. I have been a resident in this city all my life, and I know a number of people in various wards. And talking to them, they only wish they had this kind of opportunity to protect a wetland in their area, since they have none. You have heard from previous delegations on this proposed extension and will be further informed with more delegations following my presentation. These are serious, highly researched, smart presentations for you to understand the no road versus road decision, directional drilling, open trenches, how wetlands absorb carbon, and the dangers of the release of that carbon, as well as other concerns I previously mentioned. Finally, we are giving you serious, highly researched, and smart alternatives to the usual way of looking at things. When you vote this evening, remember that your vote represents the people in your wards. I don't know of one person who prefers asphalt over a pristine wetland when there are alternatives. So what if it takes a little more time to make the right decision? Good things take time. I wonder if you remember the petition submitted to council with over 500 signatures opposed to a road through this wetland. Many of those who signed the petition are here this evening. Would you please stand? As you can see, there are lots of people here opposing this road. Thank you for standing. Your vote represents the people. We, the people, are asking that you vote in good conscience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bender-Vargas. And there don't appear to be any questions for you. Thank you for coming in this evening. Our next delegation is Luca and Ray Angod, and they've registered as a dual delegation, which would give them 10 minutes. Welcome, gentlemen.
Hello, my name is Luca Angod. I am a grade 5 student at Brigadoon Public School. I have a question about the Bean Drive extension. Who will use this road? I wanted to see if people living here would use it. I went to Neighborhood 3 and asked 21 people these two questions. When you drive, what % of the time do you go south on Bean Drive toward Carindale? If Bean Drive is extended, what % of time will you use it? Here are my results and the ESR estimates. People reported that an average of 21% of their trips are south on Bean, but the ESR estimates 50%. People said that if the Bean Drive extension was built, only 4% of their total trips would be on that road. The ESR estimates 90%. If there are 265 houses in this area and each house takes 9.43 trips per day, then we should expect 92 trips every day. The ESR estimates 2,258 trips per day. The ESR total trips estimate is 25 times higher than people's responses. Maybe future residents will use the Bean Drive extension, which goes to the northeast. Many future residents will probably use this roundabout. I measured the distance from this roundabout to a major intersection to the northeast, Homer, Watson, and Manitou. If you take the Bean Drive extension, it's 3.45 kilometers. I measured the distance from the same starting point and end point, but this time using Strasburg. The distance is exactly the same, 3.45 kilometers. The distance is the same, but Strasburg has faster roads. Which route would you take? Can you find a destination where Bean Drive is the best route for future residents? I'll leave this image on the screen for 10 seconds. If you see how Bean Drive will help future residents, please tell me during the question period.
Is that, are you completed?
No.
Oh, no, okay. Sorry.
My question was, who will use this road? Current residents say they won't use it. Future residents don't need it. Why does the report say that people will use it?
Thanks, Luca. I tried to answer this question of why the traffic numbers in the ESR are so high by looking at how the traffic study was conducted. You might be aware that the Region of Waterloo has Transportation Impact Study Guidelines, and according to our development manual, it applies to the City of Kitchener. The purpose of these guidelines is to be a tool on the overall development planning process that provides information that identifies the impacts of proposed development on existing streets and circulation networks. Where have we seen this term, proposed development, before? It's in the ESR as a key issue. And just intuitively, it makes sense. It makes sense to do a traffic study before you build a road. It's fine if you haven't read these guidelines. There's only two concepts you need to be aware about. The first is trip generation rate, which is the average number of trips to and from an area. And then there's trip distribution, is how trips flow between origins and destinations. Starting with trip generation, the guidelines provide a template. Here's what was provided in the ESR. You may notice some discrepancies. Specifically, it does not have AM peak hour, PM peak hour, or ins and outs for each. Are these guidelines just simply not followed in general? Well, no. Here's a traffic study in Kitchener from last year for a site that's 3 kilometers away from Bean Drive. Here's the AM, the PM, and the ins and the outs. Let's look at other municipalities. Here's Mississauga. AM, PM, ins, outs. Guelph. AM, PM, in, out. St. John's, Newfoundland, more detailed, but same basic principles. AM, PM, in, out. Penetanguishene. AM, PM, in, out. Wellington, population 2,000. AM, PM, in, and out. And this is what we got in the ESR. One of these things is not like the other. On to trip distribution. And again, the guidelines provide a template and state that there should be a trip distribution map. Here's what was included in the ESR. Again, some discrepancies. No AM peak, no PM peak, no ins, no outs. Let's look at other traffic studies. I've gone ahead and highlighted the methodology used in each of the studies. This one from Kitchener last year. They use existing travel patterns and the Transportation Tomorrow Survey, which is a tool developed by the Ministry of Transportation in conjunction with GO Transit, the TTC, and other municipalities. And again, we can see AM, PM peak, ins and outs, and an associated map. Mississauga, TTS data, just like the previous one. AMs, PMs, ins and outs, and a map. Guelph, trips assigned to routes based on population distributions, peak times, ins and outs, map. St. John's, Newfoundland, using QRS2 transportation planning model, AM, PM peaks, ins and outs, and a map. Penetanguishene, again the TTS, AM, PM, in and out. And Wellington, existing travel patterns which reflect trip reduction attractions. You guessed it, AM, PMs, in and out, and an associated map. Back to the trip distribution in the ESR, here is the methodology. Projected trip distribution is based on future travel patterns based on proposed improvements to the road network. I asked staff for the calculation used to arrive at the trip distribution numbers, and I was ultimately told it was a professional opinion. Here are the guidelines for acceptable methodologies. You will notice that future travel patterns and professional opinion are not included. Again, here is what was included in the ESR. And again, one of these things is not like the other. But if guidelines weren't followed, wouldn't it have been caught in the review process? I questioned staff about who reviewed the final traffic study and was told the independent consultant review, Associated Engineering, was for the overall EA process, not the transportation study specifically. So the traffic study itself was not reviewed, but rather the process. I reached out to Associated Engineering to ask if they stand behind this traffic study, and they never got back to me all week. Now, what should the review process be? Again, going back to the guidelines. This is the entire process. I'll focus just on the review process specifically. It has 2 phases. The first is a preliminary report review to ensure basic format and contents follow the standard outlined in the guidelines. And non-conforming reports will be returned. Next is a formal review, where the final report is reviewed and approved when it satisfies requirements. Question, do you think the Region of Waterloo will approve this traffic study? In the committee meeting, Councillor Deneau asked, if we reject the staff report, could this be appealed by anybody? And Catherine Hughes gave this reply, but I would also like you to consider the implications of accepting. Could the city be held liable for negligence if a flawed study is approved, and could that be seen as a breach of duty? Oakville just settled a $1 billion class action related to increasing flood risks. How would approving a flawed study impact your position if faced with a class action? Could approving this project affect the city's ability to secure insurance? Could a reputation of approving projects that do not meet guidelines lead to reduced future funding from provincial and federal sources? Could approving projects with substandard studies lead to lower bond ratings? Would private investors hesitate to participate in PPP projects that don't follow best practices? And finally, if traffic studies don't matter today, then perhaps accessibility guidelines or maybe safety guidelines won't matter tomorrow. In summary, This traffic study does not match empirical data. It does not adhere to municipal guidelines, is not consistent with other municipal traffic studies. It may have not been reviewed before submitted to City Council, and calls into question the validity of the entire ESR. Approving this project may involve risks that outweigh those associated with rejecting it. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Ray, and thank you also to Luca for your presentation. Luca, you're clearly a very impressive young man, coming forward at your age and sharing some perspectives with us, and want to thank you for coming in, and who knows, maybe one day we'll see you around the Council Horseshoe in the future as well. We do have a question for you, Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, thank you. So, I mean, this is really interesting information, right? That do you work in this field?
No, I do not.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I do not work in the field of transportation. No, I have an MBA, so I like data. I like parsing through numbers and seeing what makes sense.
Right, and no, I think you did a very good job of that. So what would you suggest to council? Like, what should we be doing with this?
Your question is what I'm suggesting?
As far as connected to the road itself that's being proposed.
I'm suggesting it simply cannot be approved because the traffic study, like the main criterion for evaluating the alternatives, you had different alternatives. The main criteria was transportation. The transportation study was not done to guidelines. So how can we evaluate criteria 1 through 3, 4, the different alternatives, if the traffic study wasn't done to a guideline?
Right. Okay. Well, thank you, and thank you for all the work you put into this.
Thank you.
Okay, those appear to be all the questions we have. Thank you to both of you for coming in this evening. Our next delegation is Brittany Woodall. Welcome, Ms. Woodhull.
Thank you. And I have a presentation. Thank you. Good evening, councillors. Tonight, you've already heard from other delegations about community impacts to proceeding with this project, the environmental and climate concerns, and adherence to traffic study guidelines. What I'd like to share now are time and cost implications for rejecting the recommended alternative to extend Bean Drive, the do-nothing alternative. I'd like to start by directly addressing Councillors Davey and Ioannidis, who raised some relevant questions about rejecting the ESR at the committee meeting. Councillor Davey, you wanted to know how much work had gone into the studies for this project compared to other road projects. Councillor Ioannidis, you asked about the cost value of the additional studies. What I infer is that councillors want to know, are we starting from scratch and wasting all of the work already done if we reject the ESR, as my group recommends? That's a fair question, and the answer is no. The Bean Drive project really is two parts, the road and the utilities extension. The road extension component made this project a Schedule C project. Utility extensions are typically Schedule B projects, which the ESR actually specifically states. Either way, the utility extensions would need to go through a streamlined EA assessment, and they have, because they're part of this project. Councillors, if there is no option to proceed with Alternative 4 from the Bean Drive EA, and if you reject the recommended alternative the recommended alternative in the Bean Drive EA, according to Mr. Spear, they must initiate a new Schedule B EA for the municipal services that we agree are absolutely necessary. A Schedule B project requires much less rigor and consultation than a Schedule C project, but more importantly, much of the work has already been completed in the Bean Drive study and can be applied to the new study. Rejecting the recommended alternative for the Bean Drive road extension would have minimal time and cost implications, and in fact save money over building the road. Why am I so confident? I have worked in the project review unit of the Environmental Assessment and Permissions Branch at the Ontario Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks. I have reviewed many projects assessed under streamlined processes, including quite a few road and utility projects under the Municipal Class EA. I know the standards of ESRs, I know the schedules, and I know the processes. So allow me to run through the assessment process for a Schedule B MCA project in about 60 seconds, and what's required specifically for this municipal utility extension. Step 1, determine the scope of the project. That's done. We know what needs to be done, and we know the study area for the utilities thanks to the Bean Drive ESR. Step 2, issue a notice of commencement. I think you know about this. This is just a simple consultation step. Step 3, assess alternatives and environmental impacts and mitigation measures of each. Because of the extra geotechnical studies, we know that at least 2 alternatives for the sanitary trunk sewer and water main have been considered, trenching and trenchless installation methods. Mr. Spear even acknowledged that the study was worthwhile to determine that trenchless installation is the most suitable method. So this step should be complete. Step 4, prepare a project file report. As a Schedule B project, this is far less onerous than the ESR required for Bean Drive. And again, the work has already been done from the Bean Drive study. There's no reason we have to restudy anything we've already completed and documented. And step 5, publish a notice of completion. No PIC or major consultation required, simply a 30-day comment period after the notice and report are published. So to summarize, even if a new assessment needs to be done for the municipal utilities to proceed, it's a streamlined assessment with minimal consultation requirements that naturally would shorten the timeline. Furthermore, we have all of the data. The alternatives have been assessed, the additional studies are even done. We have everything we need to assemble a new project file report. The cost to do this administrative work has got to be a lot lower than the millions of dollars it will take to build and maintain a road through a wetland. I should also add, the municipal Class EA was just amended in 2023, so I checked that the sanitary trunk sewer and water main extension would still be classified as a Schedule B, and it is. So, Councillor Ioannidis, Davey, and to all councillors, I urge you to ask the following of city staff. What is the estimated cost of constructing only the water main and sanitary trunk sewer versus the $8.89 million for the road? Mr. Spear estimated that a new Schedule B environmental assessment will add a year's delay. Why would this be the case when the consultation requirements are lower and therefore less lengthy than with a Schedule B project? Different alternatives for municipal utilities have already been assessed and additional geotechnical studies have been completed. If alternatives for the municipal utilities were not assessed as required by the MCA, why? And if city staff respond that additional work, studies, or significant additional costs are needed to complete a new Schedule B assessment, why?
Ms. Woodall, if you can wrap up, please.
Please look at the facts before you, ask the right questions, and vote for the win-win-win for development, utilities, and the environment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We do have questions for you. Councillor Ioannidis.
Yeah, thank you for coming in. And I think you misunderstood my question when I was asking what the cost would be, because I just wanted to get a comparative of what the costs are compared to any other road extensions that we do, and this one was significant, so that was the reason why.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Those appear to be all the questions. Thank you for coming in, Ms. Woodall. Our next delegation is Douglas Drake. Welcome, Mr. Drake.
Evening, Mayor, councillors, fellow residents, and concerned citizens. I've lived in the Dune South neighborhood since June of 2014, and I speak today in opposition to the proposed extension of Bean Drive. A few years ago, I noticed a news article about a proposal to extend Bean Drive, which is not too far from my neighborhood. What caught my attention was that the road extension would go through what I now know is provincially significant wetland. I thought to myself that it was a bad idea, but I have to confess I failed to take any action against this proposal. But fortunately, the issue was an important concern to many of the Bean Drive area residents, and they have recognized the value and importance of saving wetlands and wild places. I've learned that wetlands play a significant role in storing stormwater. As we have faced increasingly intense rainfalls in the last several years, the values of such wetlands are even more important. Wetlands, like the ones threatened by the Bean Drive extension, also play a key role in carbon capture and storage. Wetlands can hold decades and even centuries worth of carbon, a key concern if we wish to reduce the rate of global warming. As a species, we often exaggerate our own wisdom and are victims of our own folly. Man-made storm retention units can be a plus, but the ability to store significant amounts of water without storing significant amounts of carbon are significant. Similarly, a proposed replacement of lost and disturbed wetlands incorporated in the Bean Drive proposal will not generate the same level of carbon capture for decades, if not more. All of this is to say that the only standing reason that exists for this proposal is transportation. Representatives of the developers for the adjacent areas have indicated they have no need for an extension of Bean Drive to proceed with their development plans. So the only question is, does the increased value of a Bean Drive extension for transportation purposes, is that significant enough to overcome the significant loss of environmental features that would be the result of such extension? Given the rapidly changing transportation systems in our city, it may be a good time to take a pause on traditional and customary methods of predicting the need for future automotive transportation capacity. As more and more people work from home, more and more people are walking, biking, or scootering their way to work and business, and more people are using the GRT. The traditional reliance on the automobile to move people in and out of neighborhoods will likely be diminishing in the future. All of this is to say that the proposal to complete an expansion of a road is a needless expenditure of scarce funds. Furthermore, the environmental cost of this proposal is significant, much more significant than the benefits a 200-meter road extension would provide. In our community, and indeed in our world, we will face many challenging decisions in the future if we are to live up to our pledge to reduce emissions of greenhouse gases. Some of those decisions will involve real pain, both economically and socially. This decision to forego a 200-meter extension of a road is not a difficult or challenging decision in the face of the environmental challenges we face. I call on the council to reject this proposal to extend Bean Drive and to request city staff to develop a substitute proposal solely extending water and sewer capacity with appropriate care using methods that will minimize damage and disruption to the wetland areas. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Drake, for coming in and for your presentation. There don't appear to be any questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And our last delegation on this item is Mr. Phil Frokeledge. Welcome, Mr. Frokeledge.
Hi there, Council. First, I'd just like to extend my personal condolences to you, Mayor Vandenbeek, for the loss of your mother. At this time, my family's thinking about you, and my heart goes out to you. I know it's very difficult.
Thank you very much.
My wife and I bought our house on Hearthwood Crescent in 2022. We have an infant son. He's almost 3 years old. At the time, he was still a baby. We were touring the house with him in the stroller, and we had the meeting on the driveway that you have with your realtor after, and he fell asleep. And those of you who are parents know that when your baby falls asleep in a stroller, you're strolling now. You have to stroll. It's what you have to do. So we went for a walk through the neighborhood, and we found the Strasburg Creek Conservation Area while we were on that walk. And it is, I had no idea it was there. We weren't looking for it, but it is an absolute jewel. It is gorgeous. If you've ever had a chance to be there yourself, you know this. These little switchbacks in the creek, enough space between them for big standing trees. It's shallow enough that a kid could run through it in their rain boots. And I saw the next 10 years of my life unfold before me exactly as Maya described of her own childhood. When I was walking through those woods, I saw myself with my kids chasing pollywogs in that creek or chasing them in their little, Lord of the Rings costumes. It is a magical place. And the extension of the road cuts right through where my family comes down. We live above the extension. So we will walk across this road every time we want to go into this forest, henceforward, if you go forward with this decision. And my son, if the staff is correct in their assessments, my son will be around 5 or 6 years old by the time this road is complete. Which means that every single time that we walk into this forest, we will walk across this road that goes nowhere and connects to nothing until the Bean Drive extension is complete, which we don't know when that will be. And he will be at an age where he is starting to ask me questions about how this world that he is growing up in works. And I'm sure at one point he will ask me, Daddy, why is this road here that no one drives on? That is a scar that cuts right through the wetland. And I don't know right now what I will tell him. I know what I would like to tell him, which is that we live in a functioning system. It's a representative democracy. We elect leaders who represent our views, and we advocate towards them. Passionate constituents come and advocate to them and ask them to change their minds about certain decisions when they really have grave concerns and they've done a lot of research. But I don't know if I will be able to tell him that story, the story that I learned in grade 11 civics about how the system that will govern so much of his life, that creates the rules and the laws that he has to follow, that creates the environment and structures that are around him. I don't know if I can tell him that he can have so much confidence in that system, depending on what we decide to do here tonight. The other people that I have come here with tonight have done far more research than me. They have a lot more data. They're much wiser than I about these sorts of matters. So I just defer to them on issues of data. But I can just give you an emotional story, which is that my kids are going to grow up in this forest, and I want them to have the same experience that Maya had when they're children. Every single time that I am driving back to my neighborhood, coming down Strasburg Road, I look at that road and I wonder, why can't I just keep driving down it? Why does it end in a big cinder block barricade towards an unfinished roundabout? If only we would complete that Robert Ferry Drive extension, that will become the main artery into this neighborhood. I absolutely guarantee it. I believe every single thing that Ray has said about the traffic data that's around this. I think that the Bean Drive extension is just going to pave a gorgeous wetland that I walked through just the other day with my infant son strapped to my chest, and a white-tailed deer literally bounded away from us as we were walking through the padded barricades where this road is going to go. Literally exactly where it will go. I have nothing further, so I'll just give the balance of my time. But thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak tonight, and thank you for hearing me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Frockledge, for coming in, and there don't appear to be any questions. Thank you, sir. Okay, those are all of the delegations we have. We'll now go to questions of staff. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And yes, I wanted to follow up with regards to the questions that were brought up regarding EMS response time, and if perhaps staff can comment on that. I think it's a really important piece for us to be able to understand. Thank you.
Mr. Reedman?
Through the mayor, so I will read the section of the emergency services policy that applies to this. It's section 3.1 of that policy, and it specifically states, cul-de-sacs being a one-access street shall be permitted in plans of subdivisions subject to the following criteria. A, the length of the cul-de-sac is defined as the distance measured from the property line of the intersecting roads along the center line of the cul-de-sac to the furthest point of the property line of the bulb. B, the maximum length of a cul-de-sac shall be 300 meters. C, cul-de-sacs without an emergency access shall not exceed 150 meters in length. And then D, cul-de-sacs exceeding 150 meters in length shall require an emergency access leading to a public right-of-way within 150 meters of the furthest point of the property line or the bulb. And then if we look at the current length of the Bean Drive cul-de-sac, it's approximately 200 meters from the nearest intersection to the end of that cul-de-sac. There is no emergency access point 50 meters from the distance of that intersection into Bean Drive. So currently it does not meet that policy. And then secondarily, the future subdivision that would be accessed off of Robert Ferry Drive would not meet that policy without emergency access being provided, without the extension of Bean Drive.
Got it, Councillor Johnson? Okay, thank you. Next up is Councillor Singh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Some of the other questions that were raised by the delegation, I think it's more specific to engineering. One of which was outlining the added costs with the sewer trunk extension and underground infrastructure. What's noted in the report of the 8.8 million plus is for the road. I'm assuming that will probably be some underground infrastructure too, but I'm looking for staff to elaborate more on. As well as, the comprehensive review of the alternative options, which was the delay in time, did look at the EA impacts, the environmental salt water, the additional salt adding to the water to recharge in that area, if staff can comment on that as well.
Please go ahead, Mr. Spear.
Certainly. Through the chair, that preliminary cost estimate does include all of the underground servicing, the sewer and the water main. That was the question that was asked, right?
Yeah.
With regards to the groundwater, that has been assessed through the EA with environmental impacts considered as part of the evaluation matrix.
And with the Robert Ferry extension, so that it won't always be just a cul-de-sac, what type of timeline are we looking at and the overall delay in development if we were to go with a different direction?
So we're not in control of the Robert Ferry extension. That is through a private development, but they can't proceed until we proceed with our project.
Because the infrastructure, the sewer extension is through this alternative route?
Through the mayor, that is correct.
Do we know how many, so this is more of a planning question. Do we have a plan of subdivision, and do we know how many future homes would be impacted if this extension were to be diverted and not extended to Robert Ferry?
Who's taking that, Mr. Spear? Or Mr. Friedman?
Staff can come back if they're looking.
Come back to that one. We'll come back to that.
That should be fine.
Okay, we'll come back to that.
Thanks.
Is that it, Councillor Singh? Yep. Councillor Schneider, you're next.
Thank you, Mayor. There were a few things that were brought up by the delegations that I'd like to ask staff about. In Mr. Fung's presentation that was sent to us about the PDF core drilling concerns and disrupting the fresh water supply. Can you respond to those comments? I don't know if you saw the illustration about the ruts and trenching materials that were left by the core drilling machinery due to shrinkage.
Whoops, Mr. Spear, please go ahead. Just leave your mic on.
Okay. Through the mayor, I did see those photos. It was wishful thinking for our geotechnical company to go into that wetland with the equipment they did without having the soil stabilization pads that they needed for that. The soils in there aren't great. We would not build a road right on top of that. That would have to be engineered and a full road built through that.
Okay. And other staff, I would like a response to the concerns raised by the firefighter and the police officer about the weight of the trucks, and it wouldn't be accessible, it would be a slower route. Can that be commented on by somebody?
So certainly I can comment on the design and construction of the road. It will be a full municipal road. It will be built to our standards. It will be built to carry full vehicle loading through that stretch of road. So there is nothing that is going to be different with that piece of road than any other street that we have in the city of Kitchener.
even though it's built over the wetland?
Correct.
Okay. And then there were some other legal concerns brought up. I don't have them all up. I don't know if our legal department took note of those, or I don't know if they can be brought up so you could address them. Do we have legal concerns about that?
Go ahead, Ms. Hughes.
As always, I would recommend receiving legal advice, and I'm happy to do so in caucus, in camera, pursuant to Section 239 of the Municipal Act. I reviewed all of the questions that were raised in the presentation, and I'd be happy to answer them there.
Okay, so Councillor Schneider, if that's something you'd like to pursue, then I would suggest we take a motion to go in camera at the appropriate time. What I might ask is that we finish the questions of all members of council.
That's
because
fine.
in case there's anything else of a legal basis.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
So I'll come back to Councillor Schneider. Next up, I have Councillor Davey.
Thank you. Councillor Schneider covered some of the questions the delegates had. Thank you. The two I want to follow up on were that Mr. Balzer, I believe it was, raised one of my biggest concerns as a lower tier municipal politician. That's that source water protection and wells being nearby. How is that typically addressed in a situation like this?
Through the chair, I don't have much of an answer as far as that goes. With our roadways, roadway salt is the concern here. This is a problem that exists across the region. We do employ best management practices for our salt management. We reduce the use. If we are in a wellhead protection area, the salt that is applied those rates are reduced. Our snow equipment carries programmable spreaders, so further controls that spread of salt and further minimizes that.
Okay, and I recognize, sorry, that it's not your job to know the answer to that because it's a regional responsibility, source water protection. But I guess to frame my question a different way, before something like this gets approved or gets recommended, there is another level of government whose exclusive job is to ensure that our water supply is protected in situations like this. Basically my question is to make sure this hasn't been missed.
No, it has not been missed, and it will be their responsibility to look at that.
Great, thank you. And can you comment as to one of the delegates raised a discrepancy with respect to how traffic studies are typically conducted in municipalities and how this one might be different? Do you have any comment on that?
Mr. Reedman?
Through the mayor, so there was a area transportation study that was completed by Paradigm Transportation Solutions Limited, and the project team consisted of 4 professionals. Each of them have a professional engineering degree, and then a number of them are certified with professional transportation engineers. So they completed a fulsome study. My understanding is in the environmental study report, it's just a summary of some of the other fulsome studies that are completed as part of an environmental assessment. And so all of the details wouldn't be pertained there, but a complete traffic engineering study that was completed by professionals was completed as part of this.
Okay, thank you. I have some time left, right? Yeah. My last couple questions are with respect to the wetland. There's been lots of talk about the wetland and the loss of the wetland, and can staff quantify the entire size of the wetland in relation to the area that will be damaged or destroyed as a result of this road?
Yeah, I can. Through the mayor, so the overall Strasburg Creek wetland complex is about 130 hectares or 1.3 million square meters. We will be disturbing about 2,700 square meters or 0.2% of that overall wetland with the road. When we are done though, we do have a net increase of almost 1,200 square meters of that wetland. So when we are done building this road, that wetland will actually increase in size.
So, okay, so we're going from roughly 27 to 30, what is that, 3,800?
Yeah.
Meters squared. So as a result of this road going through, the absolute size of the damaged area will increase by 40%.
Correct.
Roughly. Okay, that's helpful. Last question is as there is always with these types of roads that are going through, we do consult with the Indigenous community. That was done in this as well. Can staff comment the comments that were received? With respect to the wetland, ideally.
Mr. Wright?
Through the mayor, we did extensive consultation with Indigenous groups. Mainly, one of the main groups that was involved was the Six Nations, and their primary concern was just the loss of wetland. They were happy with compensation. And that was, tree loss as well as wetland compensation is being proposed, so they were satisfied with that.
Okay, thank you so much.
Mr. Reedman, did you want to add something?
Through the mayor, we do have a response on the number of units to Councillor Singh's question earlier.
Okay, go ahead.
So there are 2 subdivisions that we're anticipating an application for, which would range in 600 to 1,200 units that would be directly serviced by the sewer connection, and then approximately 3,000 units in the broader community are anticipated.
Okay, thank you. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Singh.
So you said 3,000 the broader community, and those 3,000 the broader community are all serviced through this road extension, or the 600?
Mr. Reedman?
Through the mayor, and so 600 to 1,200 units, depending on the subdivision applications that we receive, would be directly serviced by this connection.
And it wouldn't really be feasible to have a alternative route to service that subdivision? This is the only primary access?
Through the mayor, that is correct. The sanitary sewer would need to run through that corridor. So this is sanitary connections through there. And then the broader road network was analyzed in the context of the environmental assessment.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Deneau, you're up next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm going to go with Councillor Singh's question, though, and ask my question as the main concern isn't the sanitary, it's the road, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And those 600 to 1,200 houses and the 3,000 units in generality could still be serviced without a road, but just with the sewer and sanitary, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so I think it was last time it was mentioned that if we reject the road and just agree to put the sanitary services in, another assessment would need to be completed. And so 2 questions to that. How long would that assessment take? But also, what part of that assessment was not part of any prior assessment done when looking at the whole package?
So through the mayor, we would, if we have to proceed with a different environmental assessment, it would be a Schedule B EA. So we would have to go through a procurement process to retain a consultant. We would use as much of the information as we've ascertained through the study that has already been completed. So it would be a bit of an accelerated process. We would look at some alternatives to the sanitary servicing, with the sewer being detached from any roadway that would be there. And it would look at sanitary servicing for that subdivision. So we would be looking at, I know we said about a year delay. It would be about 8-month process to get through it, but let's build in some contingency here as far as agency consultation goes that we're not in control of, and anticipate that it would be about a year before we would be able to start proceeding with any sort of design on that project.
Okay. Obviously, I'm not an expert in any of this by any stretch of the imagination. And so I get, my question was, what part of a new assessment was not part of the original assessment? Like you said there, you would use some of the information prior. Like, is it 50%, 60%, like 10% that would be used? Like
70 to 80% would be a safer guess.
That would be used?
Yep.
And so 20% would take an extra year?
It's the process of going through everything. So we don't have to complete those studies, but we still have to complete all the processes through the EA Act.
Okay. I think that is, yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Deneau. Councillor O'Dooney.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just wanted some clarity on a few things. One of the previous delegates talked about if we tamper with the wetland, it could lead to flooding. Could you just speak a bit more? Flooding, I guess, in their homes. Could you speak a bit more to that, please?
Certainly. So through the mayor, my understanding is it's groundwater that is causing the flooding in the basements. I could be wrong on that, but that's my assumption with this. We construct a new road through this. It will sit above the groundwater table. It will not interface with that. We have any increased runoff that we would have from that road would be surface water. Our groundwater out there, we have a water table that sits at or near the surface of the ground now. So it can't take on any more water. That would just be an overland flow that would head north towards Strasburg Creek. So we don't anticipate any impacts to groundwater, raising it or lowering it with the construction of this road.
Okay, another delegate talked about the credibility of the traffic study and was showing from some other areas, if you remember, when that was presented. Can you just speak to that as well in reference to what was shared from other places in comparison to what we had done? Can anyone speak to that?
Mr. Reedman?
Yeah, through the mayor, as I referenced earlier, council had asked us to look at a traffic study, and so we had originally looked at traffic before on the EA, and as in 2024, we commissioned another study by Paradigm Traffic, which was completed in 2024. And that whole report wasn't appended to the environmental study report. Instead, it was summarized in there. And so the details that the delegate had referenced are fully articulated in the traffic study, which is done to the standards of traffic engineers.
Thank you very much. And lastly, going back to the wetlands, we mentioned that 0.2% will be affected. However, you also mentioned the wetland will increase in size. How will that happen?
We have, through the mayor, we have offsetting mitigation. So we will construct additional wetland adjacent to the wetland that exists there in a greater area than what we are disturbing with the roadway.
Okay, thank you very much. No further questions.
Okay, those appear to be all the questions from Councillor Chapman. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. I just wanted to go back to the traffic study. So there seems to be a great discrepancy on how the different studies have been done. So, and Mr. Reedman, you tell us, well, this is done professionally. Does that mean the others are not done by professionals and they should, reconsider how they do their traffic studies?
Mr. Reedman?
Through the chair, that's not what I said. I had actually just indicated that the environmental study report summarized the traffic study, which is completed by 4 professional engineers, and 3 of them have a certification in traffic engineering as well. I'm not sure what the other studies that were quoted, but the assertion was that this study was not done to current standards, and so that is not my understanding of the study that was submitted.
And would staff ever consider having a study detailing the ins and the outs and the AMs and PMs for this site?
Through the mayor, and so there is AM and PM peak traffic flow in the broader study. It was done to the same standards as others. I would just highlight that a traffic impact study is a little bit different than a transportation impact assessment, which looks at broader traffic flows across neighborhoods. A traffic impact study often looks at one development, so one point source of traffic versus broad neighborhood transportation flow. So there is a slight difference between the 2 types of studies.
Okay, another question that came up from one of the delegations was, so what's green about what's being proposed? If we stick to our environmental standards, how would you answer that question? I'm not sure if this is for Mr. Spear or Mr. Reedman.
Mr. Spear, please go ahead.
So through the mayor, we'll employ our best practices as far as construction goes. We utilize a fair bit of recycled material in our construction. It does provide a quicker link for people from the south going to the north, and for future developments, we have a better transportation network that results in shorter trips.
And I guess my final question has to do with the the sewage system. So we could approve to go ahead with the water infrastructure while opposing the road. Is that option alternative number 4? Is that right?
Through the mayor, alternative 4 in the EA was to install a multi-use trail alongside of the sewer and water main. But no, through the provincial process, council does not have an opportunity here to provide different input and alternatives to what is being recommended. So it's either a yes or a no.
So can you just, I know we talked about this earlier, but we never got finished our conversation. Can you explain to me what that means?
So yes.
Like, why do we have to say yes or no? Why can't we do a portion and not the other?
So through the mayor, that is what work the EA did. It has evaluated those alternatives that we had, and it has determined what the best balance is between cost, transportation, environmental, socioeconomic is. If we were to allow council to just pick and choose alternatives, it would seriously compromise the time-tested and proven process here that the province has in the EA Act. The EA process is something that the Municipal Engineers of Ontario has adopted. Municipalities across the province use this as a process. Historically, though, we have brought our EAs to council to vet or to seek approval for our preferred alternative. But in the EA process, the provincial process, it does not speak to council having authority to pick and choose alternatives when this is brought forward.
So we either accept the whole project or we reject the whole thing.
Correct.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor, I noticed you were in the queue. You're out now. Councillor Deneau, you have a follow-up?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'm confused. I don't think, personally, I'm not saying the EA is wrong. I think the concern is the actual road. It's not the EA as far as putting the sanitary and sewer. So what you're saying is we couldn't come back and say we agree with or I guess we can come back and say no, go with the EA for the sanitary and sewer. We have no option of saying take out the road, just continue with the sanitary and sewer. Like, we don't have that option as a council.
Mr. Reedman?
Through the mayor, and so this was communicated at a previous committee meeting, and so when council did ask us to conduct additional studies, that was the option to look at to see if the road with the sewer connection was still the preferred alternative or not. We had actually added the do nothing alternative, which is essentially putting the sewer through without any road connection, and that did not score as the highest alternative through the environmental study report. And so should council not wish to proceed with the current environmental study report, we would have to not file this version and then be directed just to explore an option with a sewer connection with no road alternatives. Because we know when we add the road alternative based on the broader evaluation criteria, that option comes out on top. And so council can't choose an alternative based on the environmental study report. It's meant to be a non-political process where council directs us to start the environmental assessment, and we do it an additional step where we come here before filing the report, and that's not part of the environmental assessment process. Municipalities, when they start that process, it automatically rolls into that filing component, and then there's an appeal period through that process where people can file an appeal with the Ministry of Environment if they're not satisfied with the work that was conducted through that report. So similar to how Ontario Land Tribunal hearings happen, there's a similar process for environmental assessments.
Okay, and so in that scenario, who could appeal the EA? No, yeah, I'm serious. Like,
no, I'm serious as well. I was just looking to our lawyer to provide some context for that.
Ms. Hughes?
Thank you. Through the mayor, I would love to give you an answer to that question, a really great answer for you. But I would prefer if you made a motion to go in camera to receive that information in confidence.
Okay.
Okay,
That was the plan,
so now we're
right?
up to 2 items that people would like answers to in camera. I don't see any other members of council in the queue. I had questions in regards to the presentations by Mr. Funk, Mr. and Mrs. Fernandez, Ms. Bender Vargas, and Mr. Angod. 3 of those have been answered. Going back to the presentation of Ms. Bender Vargas, she did ask the question because of, the wetland and so on. She was questioning how often the road will need to be repaired and the potential cost implications of that. Mr. Spear, I'm wondering if staff, considered that as part of their process and, how those concerns are being addressed. Please go ahead.
So through the mayor, the road will be built to standard municipal standards. We expect a normal life cycle for this road, no different than any other road that we would build.
Okay, so the fact that it is a wetland, there would be some factoring in that would take place through the construction process, but once that's completed, it would be similar to any other road?
Through the mayor, that is correct. It'll be engineered to have a full life cycle as if any other road in the city would have.
Okay, and then the last question I have is in terms of this road, it's been on the books for some time, as far as I understand. And so wondering if you can just reiterate that both for those here and those who may be watching online. If you go back to some of the history of it, I believe it's been almost a couple decades.
Yeah, through the mayor, it has been since 1989 that this has appeared in
More than a
reports
couple
and
decades.
studies. So it has been on the books for a while.
Okay, thank you. So there has been questions, both by Councillor Schneider and Councillor Deneau, that would, if you want an answer, require us to go in camera. Do either of you want to move that? Councillor Schneider, if you can just go ahead, Councillor Schneider.
Yes, I would like to move that. I just like the comfort of hearing the legal opinion.
Okay, and the section for that, again, for our grounds for going in camera, Ms. Hughes?
For solicitor-client privileged advice, Section 239 sub F of the Municipal Act.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor Deneau, do you want to second that?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Okay, so we'll go in camera and we'll be back. Okay, thank you everyone for your patience, and I'll call this council meeting back to order. At this point, I think we've had all our questions answered, so I'll go to you, Councillor Johnson, as this was part of Community Services Committee, to bring the recommendation forward from committee. Go ahead, Councillor Johnson.
Okay, it's being moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Dave Schneider, that the report of the Community and Infrastructure Services Committee dated December 2nd, 2024, listed as item 7.1.a to 7.1.b, be adopted.
Thank you. Any comments? Okay, Councillor Chapman. Whoops. Councillor Chapman, hang on, because Councillor Deneau turned on, so.
No, she can go first.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Chapman.
I'd be happy for him to go first, but whatever. Okay, so, yeah, I mean, I can't accept this report. I mean, it's unfortunate that we can't separate out the sewage system and the road. That would be my preferred alternative. But given the direction we're given, it's either we accept this or reject it, and I will be rejecting it. I won't support staff's report. And, you know, even if for me, it comes down to such a beautiful area that to think that trees would be removed and, you know, a road put through there, just, I can't comprehend it. So I will not be supporting this. From what I understand, developments can continue even without this road. The traffic studies, some have questioned, and anyway, so I won't be supporting it, but thank you to staff for the work that's being put into this, and the residents for the work that they've put into it.
Thank you, Councillor Chapman. Councillor Deneau.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And again, you know, thank you to all the delegates and the staff for the work they've put in. I definitely appreciate the advocacy on behalf of those residents in that area. You know, somebody referenced, I think, Mr. Spear referenced this road has been on the books since 1989. Well, 1989 was a long time ago, and things have changed significantly in our world. Things that I thought were right in 1989 are not right today. So just because it's been on the book for 35 years doesn't necessarily mean it has to go through today. You know, over the last couple of years, we've naturalized Montgomery Creek. We're naturalizing Snyder Creek, Shoemaker. We're removing concrete-lined creek beds to create a more environmentally friendly, aesthetically pleasing city for our generations, but future generations. But we're looking to remove, even if it's a 0.2% of a wetland, to put a road through that is not necessary to provide development to the other side. You know, we're increasing our bike lane footprint across the city. We're asking and we're advocating for increased usage in public transportation and people to use their roads more. And so we're doing all of that. But then we're saying, well, we need to put a road in, even though we don't. And so I cannot accept the staff recommendation. I hope my fellow councillors will do the same. It just doesn't sit right with me, you know, because I have young girls and I don't want to have to explain to them in 20 years why we put a road over you know, a piece of land that's important for us today, but also more importantly for them when they're my age as well.
Thank you, Councillor Davey.
Thank you. It's tough to speak in favor of something when you have a room full of people that want you to do the opposite of that thing. And well, frankly, it was the delegate that asked the question, how you explain that to a child, that I think about a lot in all the decisions that we make. And I guess what I would explain to my kids is that we went through an unbiased process for people that were professionals, made decisions that had no skin in the game, and gave us the best advice possible. And on top of that, it was a transparent process. Further, what's different from 1989, although the road has been on the books for that long, is we wouldn't have done the mitigating measures that we are going to be doing if this goes through. Every single tree that is removed will be replaced, and the wetland will see 140% replacement, even though it is only 0.2% of the entire wetland that's being impacted. That's how much we care about our environmental impacts. The fact is, human beings cause harm to the environment. Our developments cause harm to the environment. Our existence cause harm to the environment. All we can do is do our absolute best to mitigate the harm that we do. And in this case, I am with 140% wetland restoration. I'm confident that we're doing that.
Okay, thank you. Those appear to be all the comments. Councillor Stretch, correction. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I'd want to echo what Councillor Davies is saying. You know, I too have young children, and because I fall on the other side of this while I'm listening to the professionals, doesn't mean that I want less for children or youth of this community by any means. But the fact is we live in a city and we have priorities, one of them being protecting the countryside line. And you know, I live in the downtown core, and being able to access lands within the city boundaries that are environmentally protected and looked after is going to have to be the way we protect our resources going forward. It isn't going to be this within the city boundaries. It isn't going to be with the amount of population we're expecting it. I just don't see it being like, here's a parcel of land that we don't look after, it just naturally gets to be there. We are going to need a lot of infrastructure and a lot of planning and care to go into protecting those spaces. And although I think this isn't ideal, I think this is a way of increasing our wetland and trying to serve a community that has a really high population.
Thank you. Councillor O'Dooney.
Thank you, Chair. Also want to mention that I will also be supporting staff's recommendation. You know, we hire professionals, we hire staff, we set a direction for them, you know, we give them a mandate on some of the things that we're looking for. And as time goes on, they help us, you know, they think about the needs of the community, they think about the growth of the community in terms of population, number of cars, how all of that is going to go. They're not just thinking about today, they're thinking about the next 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. And that is the type of trust that we place on them. And that's the type of direction that we place on them as well. I've heard about some of the benefits of this. I've heard that there is no potential flooding hazard to citizens, from my understanding. From my understanding, I've also heard that we're only impacting 0.2% of wetland. From my understanding, I understand that we're expanding wetland as well. I understand it's been part of the plan for quite a while, and this is part of our growth plan long-term for the city as well. Because of all these reasons that I have heard, information that I've read, I will be supporting. I want to thank everybody for coming in. I really do appreciate all the work that everyone has put in, and I wanted to make sure that we listened, and based on what we have heard from both sides, decided to make this decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Dooney. There being no, Councillor Chapman, you've already spoken once.
Did you hear me?
Yeah.
Recorded vote.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Recorded vote has been called. Christine, Councillor Michaud, you have to press the conflict button, please. And that is carried. Okay, thank you everyone for coming in this evening and for your input throughout the process. We'll now move on to item 6.3, the Queen Victoria statue, and there are 5 delegations for this item. The first delegation is Joel Lundy. Oh, sorry, yes, thank you. I need a motion to go past 11. Moved by Councillor Schneider, seconded by Councillor O'Dooney. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. So with that, I'll go to Joel Lundy. Welcome, Mr. Lundy.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor and councilors. Thank you for the opportunity to share with you on this topic tonight. I am grateful for a personal connection I've had with Indigenous people because I did my supply teaching on an Indian reserve southwest of London in the early 1970s. And after I graduated, I was hired by that school to teach the grade 5 class there. And I have many good memories of that time there. So fast forward to last 2 years ago when we had the witnessing circle regarding the Queen Victoria statue. And I was one of the people at my particular table who recommended that we put up a monument or a statue to celebrate Indigenous culture. And I'm pleased that the City of Kitchener is proposing this route to go forward. I can't speak for Indigenous people, but from my perspective, there are many notable Indigenous men and women who are worthy of being celebrated in such a monument. People like Francis Pega-Magabo, the First Nation soldier most highly decorated in World War I. In one battle, when he and his company were in danger of being surrounded by German troops and almost out of ammunition, he braved machine gun and rifle fire to venture into no man's land and retrieved enough ammunition to help his company beat off the German attack. He received a second bar to his military medal, only one of 39 Canadians to receive such an honor. Time does not permit me to more than mention other people such as Chief Dan George, an Academy Award-nominated actor, and Shania Twain, a country pop singer of partial Cree ancestry who has sold over 100 million records, making her one of the best-selling musical artists of all time, and present-day Premier of Manitoba, Wab Kinew. These are just a few of the outstanding Indigenous Canadians who serve as role models of excellence, courage, and determination for all Canadians, and could deservedly be honored in such an installation. In my opinion, one of the most important legacies and contributions Indigenous peoples make is their connection to the land and respectful stewardship of it. A presentation of their past history and traditions from a people intricately linked to the land for thousands of years would enrich and benefit all Canadians in such an installation. If the installation were to refer to the history of the relationship with European settlers, it is hoped that the presentation would include both the bad and the good aspects. For example, it would acknowledge the survivors' horrific experiences in residential schools and honor their courage and resilience. And at the same time, acknowledge those students who deny that this experience scarred them, and credit their time in residential schools to providing the foundation for their thriving careers today. As Lee Meadows, a fifth-generation descendant of an Indigenous white marriage, says, "There is light, dark, and all shades of gray in our history. To find strong, sustainable solutions requires careful deliberation of all the available data, including that we have been told to dismiss because it doesn't fit the current narratives." My hope is that the proposed installation 100 years from now will not be under discussion for removal because it gave a one-sided version of a certain chapter in history, but that it will celebrate and remain as a far-sighted, wise, and courageous attempt to consider all multiple perspectives and present these, And then, even if at the end it comes down on the side of one particular viewpoint, it will be based on a humble search for truth, and so will serve as a lasting example of the power of reconciliation.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Mr. Lundy, for coming in this evening and for your presentation. There don't appear to be any questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next delegation is Anne Marie Beals. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council who represent the people of this city. I am Anne Marie, a community member of the city of Kitchener. I stand before you today to advocate for the removal of the Queen Victoria statue from Willow River Park, a statue that symbolizes the violent legacy of colonialism in Canada and continues to perpetuate harm against Indigenous peoples on the territory of the Anishinaabe and Haudenosaunee peoples and urban Indigenous folks from across Turtle Island. Victoria's reign during the height of the violent colonizing British Empire, often romanticized as a time of progress and prosperity, represents a period of aggressive colonial expansion. Under her rule, colonial policies and practices directly contributed to the systemic displacement, dispossession, death, and attempted erasure of Indigenous peoples. In Canada, this included the development of colonial policies that laid the foundation for residential schools, prisons designed to strip Indigenous children, families, and communities of their languages, cultures, and identities, inflicting generational trauma that we still grapple with today. While many residential schools were established shortly after Victoria's reign, the policies enacted during her time set the stage for this system of assimilation and death. These so-called schools are not abstract history. The unmarked graves of Indigenous children continue to be uncovered, and these children's graves have brought Victoria's colonial legacy into stark and painful focus. This statue stands as a daily reminder of this colonial violence. It occupies public space on Anishinaabe and Haudenosaunee lands, a space intended to represent and serve all members of our community. Yet for Indigenous peoples and many others, it does not symbolize pride or heritage. It is a monument to oppression. Its continued presence silences and marginalizes those whose ancestors endured and resisted colonial brutality. Since 2021, the statue has repeatedly been defaced, showing the deep and unresolved pain it continues to evoke. Community members have placed children's shoes at its base, reflecting a collective mourning for the lives lost to residential schools, a tragic chapter in our history that Victoria's colonial policies enabled. These acts are expressions of grief and resistance. Leaving the statue in place suggests that this history can be ignored or excused. However, we must recognize that symbols in public places shape how communities understand their identities and values. By removing the statue, the Council makes a clear statement that we will no longer celebrate colonial figures at the expense of truth and reconciliation, of which the City of Kitchener claims to be a committed advocate. So demonstrate the actions. Don't just speak the words in moving forward meaningfully. Moreover, I want to be clear. Simply installing some Indigenous art in the park while leaving the statue of Victoria standing is not an acceptable solution. This is not reconciliation. It is performative and perpetuates harm. It suggests that Indigenous peoples must accept the glorification of colonial figures in exchange for tokenistic gestures of inclusion. We cannot honor Indigenous histories, contributions, and sovereignty while allowing symbols of oppression to dominate these lands. The removal of this statue is essential to creating a meaningful foundation for reconciliation and healing. The Council's own consultations through efforts like the Witnessing Circle have demonstrated the harm by the statue. Continuing to center such monuments in public spaces deepens divisions rather than healing them. Instead, we have an opportunity here to transform the site into one that fosters learning, remembrance, and unity. So remove the statue and then commission the installation of art that genuinely reflects Indigenous ways of being and knowing on the land. Created in collaboration with Indigenous communities to ensure that this space honors their histories, resilience, and ongoing presence on these lands that the City of Kitchener calls home. I urge you to take this necessary step toward reconciliation. Let us remove the statue and dedicate our efforts to co-creating a space that genuinely honors Indigenous presence, because this is not about erasing history. It is about acknowledging the harm of this history in its full complexity, while honoring the enduring strength, sovereignty, and presence of Indigenous peoples on these lands. So remove the statue and change the name of the park. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Beals. We do have a question for you, Councillor Stretch.
It's Dr. Beals, and pronouns are they, them.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Beals. Yeah, thank you for coming in today, and thank you for your delegation. My question is around, I guess, my own learning with Truth and Reconciliation. So it's my understanding with some of the other monuments, for the example that I'm thinking of is the Mohawk Institute or the Woodlawn Cultural Center. Now, there was a group of people who thought, like, get rid of it, burn it down. And through some of the relationships I've built, learned about some advocacy from Indigenous people to keep it there as a symbol of, don't erase it, but or pull it down, but have it there, and let's look at it and learn from it and try to heal knowingly about that. And I'm just wondering, does that line of thinking at all resonate with the Queen Victoria statue for you in Victoria Park?
There are many Indigenous scholars and activists across Turtle Island that will say that the remembrance and the witnessing of these statues on a daily basis is harmful to our spirituality, is harmful to Indigenous peoples, because it is the reminder of the colonization that happened on these lands and the death and assimilation and displacement of Indigenous peoples. From the legacy of John A. Macdonald, Ryerson Edgerton, the architects of the residential school system, these statues are reminders of this harm that, as I have stated already, we still grapple with that colonial harm today. So, I mean, why do I want to see that every day when I'm walking through Willow River Park?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Those appear to be all the questions, Dr. Beals. Thank you for coming in this evening.
Thank you.
Okay, our next delegation is Sean Johnson. Oh, I know. Oh, there you are. You were here earlier?
Hey.
Welcome.
Thank you. Yeah, I was there earlier and decided to head home. I want to begin by first starting out thanking the City of Kitchener for dead naming me. I registered as Bangishimo. So just another form of colonial violence. Thank you, City of Kitchener. Good evening, Mayor and City Councilor. My name is Bangishimo. I'm the co-director of the Willow River Center. I'm also the child of a residential school survivor. Many of you have met my mother over the years, and also the child of a 60 Scoop survivor. The trauma that my family has endured over the decades has shaped my life, and it is the fuel with the work that I do today in the community. I carry these stories of pain, resilience, and survival with me in every space that I enter, including this one, City Hall. So tonight I'm here to talk to you about the Queen Victoria statue in Willow River Park. In 2022, Jay Pitter was hired to lead the discussions about its future. My colleague Amy Smoke and other local advocates, we met with Jay multiple times through this process. Jay brought with them knowledge, care, and experience to this conversation. And what did they get in return? They got threats, online harassment, and intimidation. Jay was forced to step away just after one session, one of 4 sessions. And here we are more than a year later, right back to where we started with this conversation. So let me be clear. The statue is a symbol of colonial violence. It is a reminder of the genocide that Indigenous peoples have continued to face. It is a symbol of stolen children, stolen land, and stolen lives. You cannot claim to care about reconciliation while continuing to uphold this symbol of oppression in the middle of Willow River Park. Every day that statue stands, it is clear that the message of harm that has been done to Indigenous peoples, and this is acceptable to you. And please don't tell me about the orange footprints in the park, or the orange crosswalk, or the orange buses, or the bizarrely bench that faces the Queen Victoria statue, because I don't see that as healing when I would have to sit on a bench to face the Queen Victoria statue. These gestures are empty, they're performative, just like land acknowledgements. They are meaningless unless there is action followed with them. You do not get to pat yourselves on the back for these nice gestures while ignoring the real work that needs to be done. Sorry, my cat is trying to jump on the screen. What we don't need as the current artists and residents for the City of Kitchener, we do not need more art installations in the park claiming to commemorate us, to honor us. We actually need action. Enough of putting up these nice gestures in the park. We don't need any more of that. We need healing. We need programming and support services for the survivors and their families. There are so many of them within the region. We need tangible resources that can help Indigenous peoples heal, not more colonial statues. My cat is trying to climb on my computer. So you have the chance to put reconciliation into action and remove the statue of a colonial figurehead who has reigned during the most brutal time in this country's history for Indigenous peoples. It is easy, feasible, and it's morally right. We don't put up statues of Hitler, so please remove this statue. If not, please remove your land acknowledgements from your website, your emails, and your council meetings, because they are simply empty words without action. If you decide not to remove the statue, someone else will. Miigwech, thank you. And again, my name is Bungie Shimo. Please do not dead name me next time.
Thanks, Bangishmo, for coming in this evening and joining us virtually. There don't appear to be any questions of your delegation. Thank you. I believe Shatha Mahood was scheduled to be here virtually, but is no longer with us. And Fufu Khalid is no longer presenting either, but has submitted their comments to us by email. This is item 12.1.c with a recommendation in it. Does somebody care to move that recommendation? Moved by Councillor Singh. Any discussion? Not? Those in favor? Oh, sorry, I need a seconder. Do I? Because it's normally under committee of the whole, but I guess I still need a seconder. Okay, seconder? Councillor O'Dooney, thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you, everyone, for delegating this evening on this item. We'll now go into reports of the committees. And Community and Infrastructure Services Committee, Councillor Johnson. Just want to move the balance of the report?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, I will move the balance of the report, and it's seconded by Councillor Schneider.
Thank you. Is there any discussion to the outstanding items? All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you. Planning and strategic initiatives, we've dealt with the only item on that agenda. So we'll move to unfinished business. There is none. Is there any new business? Oh, sorry, Councillor Deneau.
Can I just, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can I just ask a question? During budget deliberations, we had, or I had asked the BIA if they'd be willing to discuss a cost-sharing plan with the downtown, pardon me? Thank you, Downtown Ambassador Program. I believe Councillor Stretch did have a conversation or be in that, the board meeting. And so I'd like to, I guess, instruct staff if they can reach out to the BIA and start some preliminary discussions for, obviously not this budget, but next year's budget to see what that would look like. Yeah. So I'm not sure if that's new business or not, but
We'll take note of that.
Okay.
And,
thank you.
And go from there. On this item or another item? Okay, go. Councillor Johnson, are you on this item?
I have a question.
About this item? Okay, I'll come back. Questions are coming up in a little bit. So Councillor Davey.
Yeah, thank you. Two things. First, actually, thank you, Councillor Knoll, for bringing that up too, because my understanding is that there was a timing issue with the BIA, and I don't want to speak for Councillor Stretch, but there is potential there. So just it's good that you raised it, Councillor Deneau, so that it's not lost in time for the 2026 budget or whenever the BIA budget comes back.
Sorry, just before you continue on to your next item, I would also just point out that Mr. Chapman and I had our twice-a-year meeting with Waterloo Regional Police Service recently as well, and articulated concerns around the need for an increased presence in the downtown as something that we've heard both from members of this council as well as residents and businesses in the downtown, and have certainly articulated that to Chief Kroll and others as something that our municipality is certainly hoping we'll see more of going forward. So that kind of interrelated with this. So back to you, Councillor Davey.
Yeah, thank you. The only other thing, I should have actually raised it immediately after the delegation, the last delegation on the Queen Victoria statue item, but reference to the dead naming. I know mistakes happen and we should certainly apologize. I just would like to ask the clerk if they could clarify how someone that registered under one name came up as another.
Okay. Ms. Saunderson? Oops.
Through Mr. Mayor, the delegation registration form was filled out with the name that was provided. So I apologize, it wasn't the intention. The email address came up with the additional name that was shared today.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for that clarification. Councillor Johnson. Well, actually, yeah, okay. Go ahead with your question and answer. I'll come back to my mayoral business and update.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, my question is actually around the budget as well. And I know that the region is still hasn't finalized their budget, but there are some items in their proposed budget that I think will end up in a downloading to us at the city. So things like removing garbage receptacles from the bus stops. I'm still not 100% sure what's going on with garbage collection, whether or not that piece did get passed.
So that was going to be part of my update.
Oh, okay. Okay. But, well, then, as part of your update, if you could answer then what we do, that we've already passed our budget, and there's going to be, it appears to, that there will be items there that the region will be basically passing on to us. What happens then to our budget? How do we reflect and cover these big, what could be some fairly significant changes? Thank you.
So thank you for your question, Councillor Johnson. I was going to provide an update under mayoral business and updates. And as you pointed out, we are still in the midst of regional budget. We had a 15-hour meeting last Wednesday that started at 9 a.m. and finished at midnight. We were not completed the budget yet at that point in time, and we'll be continuing forward on Friday morning. There were, you will recall, 3 items that were communicated to us by our staff that the region had forwarded to our staff as sort of last-minute things that were potentially being considered. These items have been voted on now, and what I can tell you is is they haven't, I'm going to stop this little thing from dinging again. They haven't, on the issue of downtown garbage, Budget Committee at the region voted not to proceed with that cut. So the region would continue to be responsible for that. But as you'll recall, there are details that still have to be worked out in terms of downtown and the Belmont BIA. Secondly, on the issue of garbage cans at buses, again, Regional Council voted not to proceed with that cut. So that is also not moving forward. Now, I say that this was at Finance Committee. We will be finishing Finance Committee on Friday, and just like here, there will be a final vote at Budget. So I believe that will carry its way through, but until it's final, it's not final. And then the last point was the issue of RESTEC, the Emergency Training Center. And again, as far as municipal partners go, the decision of Regional Committee was to not proceed with charging the municipalities. And that was, all three of these items are items that the mayors spoke to, quite strongly, and our colleagues, sufficient numbers of our colleagues supported them to carry them through. Go ahead, Councillor Johnson, you still have the floor.
Yes, thank you. So from the sounds of it then we will not be having things.
As of this point, we don't, and I don't anticipate that will be changing, but I can't commit to that until we're done.
That's good news. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Singh?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just addressing the budget, during the proceedings, I had raised a question regarding a infusion of capital dollars that was available amongst all the wards from previous council. And some of the monies, or in some areas it was not fully utilized, and staff had said that they would be looking into it. Just wanted to send a quick reminder to staff, or see if any updates are available. Absolutely.
Ms. McGoldrick?
So through the mayor, in terms of this is the gas tax funding that was allocated per ward at 50,000 per ward. There was minimal uptake in terms of work that progressed within the wards. I know there was regular meetings, and then the monies through subsequent budgets were reallocated. So the monies don't exist currently in terms of that program. I would say it was not a successful program when you looked at a per ward allocation for projects to scope. We are going to be taking a needs-based approach in terms of council's direction around the $1 million worth of funding, but looking at allocating it across wards as well, but certainly based on a existing needs-based approach. And so there's some good lessons learned from that.
Yeah, absolutely. There was some learned experience on my own account. I did utilize some of it, perhaps not all of it, and I guess it's come to light that some did not use it at all. So it could be a process of education and experience, right? So the fact that we have the $1 million that's spread amongst the 10 wards, we want to adopt some of the experience from that earlier item. Again, I don't want to put this extra work on staff, but perhaps they can, as they formulate a strategy, that they do address and look at how the initial program was adopted or set up, so that we don't run into similar issues with communicating with members of council.
Ms. McGoldrick?
Yeah, so through the chair, that is very much the intention. In fact, as we move into, we do currently have a manager vacancy in that area, so as we look to recruit that, we'll be strategizing in terms of that engagement approach with members of council to advance the work as per the committed schedule.
Councillor Deneau?
Thank you, Mayor, Mr. Mayor. I guess on that, Ms. McGoldrick, when any reports come back to us, because I have no idea what a basketball refurbishment costs or what a installation costs. And so if some of those numbers could be provided, I think that would give us a better idea of what we're working with in scope of installation or refurbishment or something like that.
I think staff could probably provide a range, but it often depends on the location, the parameters, the current, what's currently there, all that kind of stuff. So, but staff will work with you on it and go from there.
I have no idea. They'll do their best work.
Yep. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And on that same topic as well, I have people, my word, that are so excited about this, and I'm sure that that other ward councillors will, as well as the word gets out about this. Is there going to be an opportunity for, and I don't want to put a lot of work on your plate, but even for us as ward councillors to help gather information from people about what they're interested in having, and also, or is there an opportunity for our park staff maybe to say, be great if we refurbished, this tennis court that's really needed some help for a while, and that we kind of look at the funding in that way. I know that refurbishing was one of the things on the list, so I'll let you comment on that. Thanks.
Ms. McGoldrick.
Yeah, so through the chair, in response to council's initial interest in terms of the allocation of the $1 million, staff did do a scan of where the needs are, and from a refurbishment and from a gap analysis perspective. So we'll be coming back to members of council, each individual ward councillor, to share staff's expertise in terms of where those gaps are as the projects progress. And so that will be a staff determination. As the projects progress, there will be extensive public engagement, because we know that courts are based on neighborhood needs, and we want to make sure we assess that and supplement the work we've done through Places and Spaces. But we also know that courts can be quite controversial as well. So we want to make sure that we bring community along and make sure that what we're proposing is acceptable.
Okay, so there will be some opportunity for public engagement. Thank you.
Okay. That looks like we're through all that stuff. So we're moving on to bylaws. Just before we go too far down the path, because we need to do committee appointments, do I need to finish this meeting and go back into special council, or are we just going to do it as part of council? I'm inclined to say we'll just do it as part of council. No? But just trying to help everyone out. Ms. Fusco?
So through the chair, we have paused the recording for special council, so it would be easiest if we could resume that and maintain the trail.
Okay, we will do that then when the time comes. But in the meantime, it's first and second reading of the bylaws. And are there any additional bylaws, Madam Clerk?
So through the chair, there are 3 bylaws listed as late starters on the agenda. They are all with respect to inclusionary zoning, and I believe there is a conflict.
Okay, who would like to move the bylaws first of all? Moved by Councillor Johnson, seconded by Councillor Deneau. There is a conflict by Councillor Singh. So all those in favor? What's inclusionary zoning includes? Oh, well, sorry. All those in favor of everything else but the one dealing with inclusionary zoning? Thank you. Opposed? That's carried. Now the ones dealing with inclusionary zoning, and those in favor? Opposed? With the one noted conflict, that is passed. We will now move into committee of the whole. Moved by Councillor Schneider that we move into committee of the whole. All those in favor? Oh, sorry, I need a seconder. Councillor Michaud, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Councillor Schneider, over to you.
All right. Is there a mover for the balance of administrative reports listed on the committee of the whole agenda? Councillor Singh, thank you. Are there questions or comments from members of council? Seeing none. I'll call the vote on the administrative reports. All in favor? Any opposed? And the motion carries. Okay. The increase in disaster mitigation and adaptation fund, purchase orders 215, 113, and
Councillor Schneider, you already just moved all of them.
That's done? Okay, good.
That's all done.
Good.
The only one that you would have outstanding is the caucus item.
So through the chair, there is one item arising from the caucus discussion. It's on the screen.
Okay. So back to you, Councillor Schneider.
Okay, so do we
I'll
need?
move that.
You move that? Okay, all in favor? Any opposed? Okay, and that motion carries.
Move that the committee rise and report.
All in favor? Okay, great. It's been moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Stretch that the proceedings and recorded pecuniary interest and conflicts taken in the meeting of the committee of the whole held this date as attached hereto and forming part of these minutes be and the same are hereby adopted and confirmed.
All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Motion for the three. Thank you, Mr. Cronkite, for joining us this evening. Motion for the third reading of the bylaws with the added items. Moved by Councillor Ioannidis, seconded by Councillor Schneider. I'll deal with the inclusionary zoning one first due to the conflict. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. And the balance of the bylaws, third reading. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Before we adjourn, I would like to just take this moment on behalf of council and staff, recognize that we're getting into the holiday season where many people will be celebrating Christmas, Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, or just some holiday season time together. And on behalf of all of us, wish everyone the best for a safe and happy holiday season and a healthy and prosperous 2025. Speaking of 2025, on December 31st, beginning at 7 p.m., we will be celebrating our New Year's Eve event here at City Hall with a number of cover bands, including Pink, Madonna, Taylor Swift, not the real Taylor Swift, Mick Jagger, Blondie. There will be a 10 p.m. Countdown for kids, ABBA Mania to take us from that to the ultimate countdown at midnight. And so we invite the community to come out for the New Year's levy. And then on Sunday, January the 5th, 2025, we will be having our New Year's levy from 1 to 4 p.m. And council invites the community to join us here at City Hall for that long-standing annual tradition. So with that, I'll take a motion to adjourn. Moved by Councillor Schneider, seconded by Councillor Johnson. All those in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Thank you. And now